friend, this is Hogwarts Tale. I hope you all are doing well. In this channel, we mostly create the fan fiction kind of story where small changes can rewrite the whole story. If you enjoy this kind of fan fiction story, so must subscribe the channels for new upcoming videos. Now let's start the story.
Hey everyone. Welcome back to Hogwarts Tales. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If a Gringotts Ritual Revealed Harry Was the Biological Son of Lily Evans and Regulus Black. If you love story content like this, please hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell so you never miss an upload. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, Blood and Bone. The owl arrived at 6 in the morning on a Tuesday, which was how Harry knew it wasn't from anyone he actually wanted to hear from. His friends wrote in the evenings. The order sent updates at irregular intervals, always by different owls, always with that maddening vagueness that told him nothing while pretending to tell him everything. But this owl, a massive, iron-gray eagle owl with eyes like hammered copper, landed on the windowsill of the smallest bedroom at number 4 Privet Drive with the precision of a creature that had been told exactly where to go and would not be deterred by anything as trivial as closed windows or sleeping teenagers. Harry had not been sleeping. He hadn't slept properly in 3 weeks. Not since the Department of Mysteries. Not since Sirius. The owl tapped the glass once, sharply, with a beak that could have punched through it. Harry dragged himself off the bed. He'd been lying on top of the covers fully dressed, staring at the ceiling, which was what passed for his nightly routine now, and opened the window. The owl thrust out its leg with the impatience of a creature on a schedule, waited exactly long enough for Harry to untie the letter, and launched itself back into the grey pre-dawn sky without so much as a backward glance. No treat. No lingering. Business concluded. Harry turned the envelope over. Heavy parchment, cream-colored, sealed with a wax emblem he recognized from his first visit to the Wizarding Bank 5 years ago, the Gringotts crest. Crossed swords behind a G so angular it looked like it had been carved with an axe. He broke the seal. Mr. H. Potter, you are hereby summoned to Gringotts Wizarding Bank, Diagon Alley Branch, London, for the formal reading of the last will and testament of Sirius Orion Black III, deceased, and the subsequent adjudication of the Black estate, on this Thursday the 18th of July, 1996, at 10 a.m. Attendance is mandatory for all named beneficiaries. Failure to appear will result in automatic forfeiture of all claims, bequests, and inheritances pertaining to the estate of Black. This matter is governed by Goblin Inheritance Law, Article 74, and is not subject to appeal, delay, or ministry interference. You may bring one advisor or witness. Wands will be surrendered at the door. Ragnarok Senior Account Manager, Ancient Houses Division Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry read it twice. Then he sat on the edge of his bed and pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes until he saw stars. Sirius's will. Of course there was a will. Sirius had been the last lord of the ancient and noble House of Black, disowned or not, imprisoned or not, the magic didn't care about family squabbles or Azkaban sentences. There would be vaults and properties and heirlooms and all the accumulated weight of a family that had been hoarding wealth and power since before the founders built Hogwarts. And Sirius had left it to him. Harry knew this the way he knew water was wet. Sirius had told him as much during one of their 2 brief conversations via the Flu, said it casually, like it didn't matter, like the enormous fortune and political power of the Black family was just another thing he wanted to give Harry because giving Harry things was one of the only pleasures left to a man trapped in a house he hated. Harry's throat constricted. He folded the letter carefully, placed it on his desk next to the untouched homework in Hedwig's empty cage, and went downstairs to make tea because he needed to do something with his hands or he was going to break something. The Dursleys' kitchen was spotless and soulless as always. Harry filled the kettle, set it on the hob, and stood there watching the blue gas flame lick the bottom of the steel until the water began to murmur. The house was silent. Vernon and Petunia wouldn't be up for another hour. Dudley was at a friend's house, or so the story went, more likely out causing property damage with his mates, but Harry couldn't bring himself to care. 3 weeks since Sirius fell through the veil. He could still see it. Every time he closed his eyes, every time his mind drifted, the image was there, Sirius's expression of surprise, almost amusement, as Bellatrix's curse hit him in the chest. The way his body arched. The way the ancient stone archway seemed to breathe him in like smoke. The flutter of the tattered curtain. Gone. Not dead in any way that left a body to bury or a grave to visit. Just, gone. Swallowed by something that the Department of Mysteries didn't understand, which meant no one understood it, which meant Harry had no closure, no certainty, nothing except the replaying image and the silence that followed. The kettle screamed. Harry poured the water and forgot the tea bag. He stood there holding a cup of hot water for a full minute before he noticed. Thursday. 2 days. He had 2 days to figure out how to get to London, attend a reading at a goblin bank while a war was on, and do it without falling apart in front of whatever goblins and lawyers and black family remnants would be there picking over the bones of Sirius's life. He could do that. He'd done harder things. He drank the hot water anyway. It was fine. Everything was fine. The reply from the order came faster than expected. Harry had sent Hedwig with a terse note to Remus, got a Gringotts summons for Sirius's will. Thursday. Need escort. And within 4 hours, response arrived not by Owl but by Nymphadora Tonks, who appeared on the Dursley's front step at noon with bubblegum pink hair, combat boots, and an expression that suggested she'd had about as much sleep as Harry had. Watch her, Harry. Tonks. He stepped aside to let her in. You didn't have to come in person. Needed the walk. She glanced around the hallway with its identical framed photographs of Dudley at various ages and weights. Merlin, this place is depressing. How do muggles live without anything? Careful. You'll trigger the blood wards by being interesting. She snorted, and something in Harry's chest unclenched a fraction. Tonks had that effect. She was chaos in human form, clumsy and loud and exactly the kind of person the Dursleys would have despised, which automatically endeared her to Harry. They sat in the kitchen. Petunia was out, some garden club meeting, and Vernon was at work. The house was theirs. Right, Tonks said, pulling the Gringotts letter from Harry's hand and scanning it. Ragnarok. He's high up. Handles the old families. The ancient and most noble stuff. She chewed her lip. Makes sense. The Black Estate is, well, it's massive, Harry. You know that, right? Sirius mentioned it. Mentioned it. Right. She leaned back in her chair and blew a strand of pink hair out of her eyes. The Blacks were one of the Sacred 28. They've been accumulating gold, property, and political influence since roughly the Norman conquest. We're talking multiple vaults, properties across Britain and France, a Wisingamot seat, and enough cursed artifacts to stock a museum. My mum was disowned, so I never saw any of it, but she told me stories. Harry absorbed this. And Sirius left it all to me. That's what Dumbledore thinks. Sirius told him as much. Tonks hesitated. There might be complications, though. You're not a Black by blood, well, sort of. The Potters and Blacks intermarried a few generations back, so there's a distant connection, but for the goblins. She waggled her hand. They're sticklers for bloodline. They might require a verification ritual. What does that involve? Drop of blood on enchanted parchment. It maps your family tree and confirms your connection to the house. Standard stuff for old family claims. Nothing to worry about. Harry nodded. He didn't mention the cold feeling that had settled in his stomach, because it had been there for 3 weeks and he'd stopped being able to distinguish between grief and premonition. I'll be your escort, Tonks said. Thursday, yeah. I'll pick you up at 9. And Harry, she reached across the table and squeezed his hand. Her grip was stronger than her clumsy demeanor suggested. He wanted you to have it. All of it. He wanted you to have something of his. Harry swallowed. I know. So we go, we do the reading, we sign the papers, and we get out. Simple. When has anything involving me ever been simple? Tonks opened her mouth, closed it, and had the grace to look uncomfortable. Fair point. I'll bring extra wands. Thursday arrived with the kind of sullen, overcast London weather that made the whole city look like it had been washed in grey ink. Tonks appeared at number 4 at precisely 9 o'clock, wearing robes that were more professional than her usual style, dark blue, fitted, with her Auror badge visible on her chest. She'd even tamed her hair into a reasonable shade of brown, though the tip still flickered pink when she wasn't concentrating. Harry had dressed in the best robes he owned, which wasn't saying much. They were slightly too short at the wrists, he'd grown over the summer, and the grief diet hadn't helped with the gaunt look the growth spurt gave him. He looked, he thought, like a scarecrow someone had tried to make presentable for a funeral. Which, in a way, was exactly what this was. They traveled by side-along apparition, which Harry hated. The compression, the darkness, the feeling of being squeezed through a tube, it was like the universe was trying to digest him and spitting him out at the last second. They landed in the small courtyard behind the leaky cauldron, and Harry steadied himself against the wall while his organs settled back into their correct positions. "You'll get used to it," Tonks said. "People keep telling me that about things that are objectively terrible." They passed through the leaky cauldron quickly. Tom the barkeep nodded at Harry but didn't try to engage. The mood in the wizarding world had shifted since the Ministry finally acknowledged Voldemort's return, and people were less interested in gawking at celebrities and more interested in not making eye contact with anyone. Fear had that effect. Diagon Alley was quieter than Harry had ever seen it. A third of the shops were shuttered. The ones that remained open had defensive enchantments visible in their windows, shimmering wards that made the glass look like it was underwater. Fortescue's ice cream parlor was dark and empty. Harry didn't let himself look at it for long. Gringotts stood at the end of the alley the way it always had, white marble, bronze doors, and a posture of absolute indifference to the human drama unfolding around it. The goblins didn't care about Voldemort. They didn't care about the Ministry. They cared about gold and contracts and the ancient, ironclad laws that governed their world, and everything else was someone else's problem. Harry found that oddly comforting. The guards at the door, 2 goblins in gold-chased armor, armed with pikes that were definitely not ceremonial, examined the summons letter, checked Harry's wand, which was surrendered, as promised, and gestured them through into the main hall. The interior of Gringotts was as Harry remembered, vast, high-ceilinged, and filled with the industrious sound of goblins doing business. Hundreds of them, perched on high stools behind marble counters, weighing gems and counting coins and scratching entries into leather-bound ledgers. The air smelled like metal and old stone. A goblin was waiting for them at the far end of the hall. He was old, Harry could tell by the deep lines carved into his face and the silver sheen of what little hair he had, and he wore robes of black silk that looked like they cost more than the Dursleys' house. A chain of gold office hung around his neck. "Mr. Potter," the goblin said. "Not a question. I am Ragnarok. Follow me. No pleasantries. No handshake." Ragnarok turned and walked, and Harry and Tonks followed. They were led down a corridor Harry hadn't seen before, deeper into the bank, past the public areas and into a section where the marble gave way to raw stone, ancient and unpolished, carved with runes that pulsed with faint light. The air grew cooler. The sounds of the main hall faded. Ragnarok stopped before a door of dark wood banded with iron. "The will reading will take place here. Only those named in the document and their approved witnesses may enter." He looked at Tonks. "You are Nymphadora Tonks. Auror. I'm Harry's escort and, you are a black by blood." Ragnarok's eyes, dark and sharp as flint, narrowed. "Andromeda Black's daughter." Tonks blinked. "My mum was disowned." Gringotts does not recognize familial disownment as a blood reality. "You are a black. You have a secondary interest in these proceedings." He pushed the door open. "Enter." The room beyond was small, windowless, and dominated by a stone table that looked like it had been carved from a single piece of granite. Runes ringed its edges, the same kind Harry had seen in the corridor, but denser, more complex. 2 chairs waited on one side. On the other, a single chair for Ragnarok. They sat. Ragnarok placed a sealed scroll on the table between them, serious as will, bound with a black ribbon and stamped with the black family crest. Before we proceed, Ragnarok said, I am required to inform you of the following. The estate of Black is classified as an ancient and most noble house. Goblin Inheritance Law, Article 74, subsection 12, mandates that any claimant to the lordship, vaults, or properties of such a house must undergo an inheritance verification ritual to confirm blood right. This is not optional. This is not negotiable. The ritual will be performed before the will is read. Harry glanced at Tonks, who nodded slightly. Expected this. What does the ritual involve? Harry asked. Blood. Ragnarok produced a square of parchment from within his robes and laid it flat on the stone table. The parchment was unusual, thicker than normal, with a faint shimmer to its surface, like mother of pearl. 7 drops on the parchment. The magic does the rest. It will produce a complete record of your lineage and any claims you hold by blood. And if the ritual shows I have no claim? Ragnarok's thin lips twitched. It might have been a smile. Then you will have wasted my morning, Mr. Potter, and I assure you I will charge accordingly. Harry almost laughed. Almost. He held out his hand. Ragnarok drew a silver knife, small, ceremonial, wickedly sharp, and made a precise cut along Harry's left palm. The pain was brief and clean. Blood welled up, dark red, and Harry held his hand over the parchment and let it drip. 1. 2. 3. The blood hit the surface and was absorbed instantly, vanishing into the parchment like water into sand. 4. 5. 6. 7. Ragnarok waved his hand, and the cut sealed itself. Harry flexed his fingers. No pain, no scar. Goblin healing magic was better than Madame Pomfrey's, and he'd never say that out loud. The parchment began to change. Golden script appeared, writing itself in a flowing hand that was neither English nor gobbledygook but something older, something that bypassed language entirely and settled in Harry's mind as meaning. He could read it the way he could read the runes in the corridor, not with his eyes but with something deeper. The first line wrote itself, and the room went very still. Inheritance verification, blood of the claimant name, Hadrian Regulus Black. Harry stared at it. The script continued, unhurried, indifferent to his reaction. Date of birth, July 31, 1980. Father, Regulus Arcturus Black, deceased, 1979, mother, Lily Evans Black, deceased, 1981, blood adopted father, James Fleamont Potter, deceased, 1981, status, heir by blood to the most ancient and noble house of Black. Status, heir by blood adoption to the most ancient and noble house of Potter. Status, eligible for lordship. House of Black, primary blood claim. Status, eligible for lordship. House of Potter, adoption claim, ratified by blood right. The script kept writing, listing vaults, properties, Wisengamot seats, subsidiary holdings, but Harry had stopped reading. He was staring at the second and third lines like they were written in a language he'd never seen before, except they weren't, they were perfectly clear, and that was the problem. Father, Regulus Arcturus Black. Mother, Lily Evans Black. No, Harry said. His voice sounded strange in the stone room. Flat. Distant. Like someone else was speaking and he was just watching. No. That's wrong. My father was James Potter. There's a mistake. Your ritual is, the inheritance verification ritual has been in use for 3,000 years, Ragnarok said, and his voice held no sympathy and no uncertainty. It has never been wrong. It cannot be wrong. It reads blood, Mr. Potter, Mr. Black, and blood does not lie. Harry was on his feet. He didn't remember standing. My name is Potter. My father was James Potter. Everyone knows, my whole life, I look like him, everyone says I look exactly like, you have his blood in your veins. Ragnar pointed at the parchment. Blood adoption. A legal and magical procedure performed shortly after your birth, in which James Fleamont Potter ritually adopted you as his own, binding his blood to yours. The adoption is genuine, his blood runs in you as truly as your birth father's. It gave you his physical traits, his magical resonance, his family's protections. But it did not, and cannot, erase your original blood. You are the biological son of Regulus Arcturus Black and Lily Evans. You are the blood-adopted son of James Fleamont Potter. Both are true. Neither cancels the other. Harry's ears were ringing. The room felt too small. He was vaguely aware of Tonks beside him, and when he turned to look at her, he saw that her hair had gone completely white. Not silver, not blonde, white, the color of shock, the color her metamorphmagus abilities defaulted to when her emotions overwhelmed conscious control. Tonks, Harry said. Did you know? Her voice was barely a whisper. Harry, I didn't know. I swear I didn't know. He believed her. The shock on her face was too real, too raw to be performed. She was staring at the parchment with an expression of someone who had just watched the ground open beneath her feet. Regulus Black, she said. He was Sirius's brother. The one who was a Death Eater. The one who died. The one who defected, Ragnar corrected, and there was a note in his voice, not quite respect, but something adjacent to it. Regulus Black closed his account with Gringotts in the spring of 1979. He withdrew a significant sum, converted it to untraceable assets, and left a sealed letter with instructions that it be delivered to his heir upon their majority or upon the next blood verification. He was thorough. Harry sat down. His legs made the decision for him, they simply stopped working, and the chair caught him. Regulus Black. Sirius's little brother. The boy in the photograph on the wall of Grimmauld Place, pale, dark-haired, with the sharp black family features and those grey eyes that all the Blacks seemed to share. The boy Sirius had spoken about with a complicated mixture of contempt and grief. My idiot brother. Joined the Death Eaters. Got cold feet. Got killed for it. Harry's father. His mother was still his mother. Lily Evans. That hadn't changed. But she hadn't been Lily Potter when she conceived him. She'd been, what? In a relationship with Regulus Black. A secret relationship with a Death Eater. With Sirius's brother. The implications cascaded through his mind like dominoes falling. If Regulus was his father, then James who had died for him, James whose face he saw in the mirror of Erist, James whose Patronus he shared, James had known. James had married Lily knowing the child wasn't his. He'd adopted Harry by blood. He'd given Harry his name, his face, his family's protection. And he'd died shielding Harry from the killing curse. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard and the world came back, too bright and too sharp. The letters, he said, and his voice was steadier than it had any right to be. You said Regulus left a letter. Ragnar inclined his head. Sealed in the Black family vault. Along with a second letter, deposited later by other means, from your mother. He paused. I presume you wish to access the vault. Yes. Then we proceed with the will reading first. It is, I believe, less complicated than what you've just learned. Harry let out a sound that was halfway between a laugh and something broken. Read it. Ragnar broke the seal on Sirius's will and unrolled the scroll. The will was in Sirius's handwriting, bold, slightly messy, and peppered with the kind of asides that made Harry's chest ache. Sirius had left everything to Harry. The entire Black estate, vaults, properties, the Wisengamot seat, the family grimoire, the lot. The language was simple and direct, because Sirius had never been interested in legal formalities. Sirius Orion Black, being of sound mind, debatable, and clear intent, less debatable, leave everything I own and everything the Black family possesses to Harry James Potter, my godson, who deserves better than any of us ever gave him. There were smaller bequests, gold to Remus Lupin, the motorcycle to Hagrid, a specific instruction that Creature was to remain at Grimmauld Place and, try not to be awful, though I won't hold my breath, but the bulk was Harry's. Given the results of the verification ritual, Ragnarok said, rolling the scroll closed, the inheritance is doubly confirmed. As Sirius Black's godson and named heir, you were always the primary beneficiary. As the blood son of Regulus Black, you are the direct heir to the Black Lordship regardless of the will. There is no legal challenge that can be mounted. A pause. Not that it will stop some from trying. Harry heard this distantly. He was thinking about Sirius. Sirius, who had called him James's boy for 2 years. Sirius, who had looked at Harry and seen his best friend's son. Had Sirius known? Had he known that Harry was actually his brother's child? The question burned, and there was no one left alive who could answer it with certainty. The vault, Harry said. Take me to the vault. The Black family vault was deep. Not deep like the Lestrange vault Harry had heard about, nestled in the mid-levels with its dragon guardian. Deep in a different way, old deep. The cart ride took nearly 15 minutes, descending through layers of rock that grew darker and more ancient until the walls weren't hewn stone anymore but raw, unworked cavern. The air smelled of earth and time. Ragnarok rode with them, which Harry took to mean this was important enough to warrant the senior account manager's personal attention. Tonks sat beside Harry in the cart, her hair still shock-white, her hand gripping the rail hard enough to whiten her knuckles at every turn. The vault door was not gold like the others Harry had seen. It was black iron, massive, carved with constellations, Orion, Draco, Sirius, Regulus, dozens more, the entire night sky rendered in metal and magic. It had no keyhole. No handle. Just a smooth surface and a single indentation at its center, roughly the size and shape of a palm. Blood, Ragnarok said simply. Harry pressed his hand to the indentation. The iron was cold. Then warm. Then hot, not painfully, but with a deep, thrumming heat that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat. The constellations on the door began to glow, silver-white, and the iron split down the middle and swung inward. The vault beyond was enormous. Mountains of gold galleons. Literal mountains, heaps and drifts and dunes of gold that caught the flickering torchlight and threw it back in a blaze of yellow fire. But the gold was almost an afterthought. The vault was lined with shelves, and the shelves were laden with objects, books bound in leather and metal and what looked like dragon skin, weapons hung in display cases, jewelry that sparkled with enchantments, potion ingredients in crystal vials, and things Harry couldn't identify, artifacts that hummed with old magic, things that belonged in museums or nightmares. The Black family hadn't just been wealthy. They'd been collectors. Curators. Hoarders of magical power in every form it could take. Harry stepped inside, and the vault recognized him. He felt it, acetylene, like the building itself was exhaling. The torches burned brighter. The magic in the air shifted from dormant to attentive. Where? Harry asked Ragnarok. The goblin pointed to the far wall, where a stone alcove was set into the rock. Unlike the rest of the vault, it was simple, unadorned, undecorated, with only a small stone shelf holding 2 envelopes. One was sealed with black wax bearing the Black family crest. The other was sealed with green wax and bore no crest at all. Harry crossed the vault. His footsteps echoed. He picked up the letters and held them in his hands, feeling the weight of them, physically light, existentially crushing. "I'll read these alone," he said. Tonks and Ragnarok withdrew to the vault entrance. Harry sat on a low chest of galleons, because in this vault, that was what you used for furniture, and opened the letter sealed in black. Regulus's handwriting was precise. Small, neat, controlled. The kind of handwriting that belonged to someone who had been drilled in penmanship by a mother who considered sloppy letters a moral failing. "To my child, whom I will never meet, if you are reading this, then two things are true: I am dead, and you are old enough to claim what I've left for you. I hope both of these things happened in the right order. I hope I died before you could remember me. Not because I don't want to be remembered, but because a memory of me would only be a burden, and I have already burdened too many people with my choices. Harry's hands were shaking. He steadied them through force of will and kept reading. Your mother will have told you what she wants you to know. I trust her judgment. She is the most brilliant person I have ever met, and the bravest, and the only one who ever looked at me and saw someone worth saving. I will not contradict whatever story she's told you. I will only add this: I loved her. Completely. Unwisely. In a way that made me question everything I'd been raised to believe, which is to say, it made me question everything. She is Muggle-born, and I was raised to believe that made her less than me. She is not less than me. She is more than me. She is more than everyone I have ever known. I loved you before you were born. I know that sounds hollow from a dead man who never held you, but it is the most true thing I have ever said. The moment your mother told me you existed, something inside me that had been broken for a long time began to mend. I knew, then, what I had to do. Harry turned the page. The handwriting was the same, but the pressure of the quill was heavier, as if the writer was forcing himself to keep going. I have discovered something terrible about the man I serve. He has done something to his soul, fractured it, hidden the pieces in objects scattered across the world. While those objects exist, he cannot truly die. I have found one of them. I am going to destroy it, or die trying, or both. I am not doing this because I am brave. Your mother is brave. James Potter is brave. Sirius, for all his faults, is brave. I am doing this because I am terrified, and I have learned that the only thing more frightening than facing the Dark Lord is the thought of my child growing up in a world he controls. James Potter has agreed to protect you and your mother. He is a better man than I am. He will be a better father than I could have been. Trust him. Love him. He has earned it in ways I never had the chance to. I do not ask you to be proud of me. I ask only that you know I existed, and that I tried, in the end, to be something other than what I was made to be. Your father, Regulus Arcturus Black. Harry set the letter down. He was not crying, because the grief had gone past tears into something deeper, a hollow, ringing emptiness, like a bell struck so hard it cracked. He opened the second letter. His mother's handwriting was looser than Regulus's, more fluid, with ink blots where she'd paused too long and the quill had dripped. My darling Harry, if you're reading this, then the secret has come out, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you myself. I'm sorry you're learning this from a piece of parchment in a vault instead of from me, sitting across a kitchen table, holding your hands. Regulus and I fell in love in my 6th year. I know what you're thinking, a Gryffindor and a Slytherin, a Muggle-born and a Black. It sounds like the setup to a bad joke. It wasn't a joke. It was real, and it was impossible, and we did it anyway because we were 17 and we thought love was enough to fix everything. It wasn't. But it was enough to make you, and you are the best thing either of us ever did. When I learned I was pregnant, Regulus had already made his decision. He'd found out about the Horcruxes, he told me that word, though I didn't fully understand it then, and he knew he had to act. He also knew it would kill him. He went to James and asked him to take care of us. James said yes without hesitating. That's who James was. That's who James is. I married James 3 weeks later. He adopted you by blood before you were born. Dumbledore helped, he cast the charm that altered the records, sealed the truth, made you Harry James Potter in every way that magical detection could verify. He said it was for your protection. Voldemort would have targeted you specifically if he'd known you were Regulus's child, the son of the man who stole his Horcrux. I believed him. I still believe he was right about that. But I also know that secrets have a way of causing their own kind of damage, and I'm sorry for whatever damage this one has caused you. James loves you. I need you to know that. He loves you completely, unconditionally, with his whole enormous heart. He has never once, not for a single second, treated you as anything other than his son. When he holds you, he doesn't see Regulus. He sees you. Just you. I loved Regulus. I love James. These are not contradictions. The heart is not a budget to be balanced. Be kind to yourself, Harry. Be angry if you need to be. But know that every choice we made because we loved you and we wanted you to live. All my love, always, Mum. Harry folded the letter. He placed both letters inside his robes, against his chest, where they pressed against his ribs like a second heartbeat. Then he sat in the silence of the Black family vault, surrounded by gold and darkness, and let the truth settle into his bones. He was Harry Potter. He was Hadrian Black. He was the son of a woman who loved two men and a man who died to save the world and a man who lived to save him. He was all of these things. He didn't know yet what to do with any of them. But he was done being lied to. He stood, and as he did, something in the vault reacted. In the far corner, behind a stack of old trunks, something pulsed with faint light. Harry walked toward it on instinct. The magic was pulling him, not painfully, but insistently, the way Grimmauld Place's front door always seemed to open a fraction before he touched it. Behind the trunks, on a shelf of its own, sat a ring. It was silver, dark silver, almost black, worked in the shape of a serpent eating its own tail. The Ouroboros. And set into the serpent's eye was a stone that wasn't a stone, it was a star. A tiny, captured point of light that blazed white-blue, and Harry knew without being told that this was the Black family's lordship ring, and it had been waiting for him. He picked it up. It was warm. He put it on. The world lurched. For one vertiginous second, Harry felt the weight of centuries pressing down on him, generations of Blacks, their magic, their blood, their terrible and extraordinary legacy. Stars blazed behind his eyes. Constellations he knew and dozens he didn't wheeled across his vision like a celestial map being unfurled. And then it settled, and he was just Harry again, standing in a vault, wearing a ring that fit like it had been made for him. Because it had. They emerged from the vault in silence. Ragnarok led them back through the corridor and into a private room, not the one where the will had been read, but a smaller antechamber furnished with chairs that were actually comfortable, which Harry suspected was the goblin equivalent of rolling out the red carpet. Tonks hadn't spoken since the vault. Her hair had slowly cycled through white, gray, and was now a muted, uncertain brown. She kept looking at Harry and then looking away, like she was trying to fit a new piece into a puzzle she thought she'd already solved. Finally, as they sat waiting for Ragnarok to return with the estate documentation, she said, "You're my cousin." Harry looked at her. By blood, Tonks clarified unnecessarily. My mum was Andromeda Black. Regulus was her cousin. That makes us. She frowned, doing the genealogy in her head. First cousins once removed. Something like that. The Black family tree is a mess. Tonks, no, listen. She turned to face him fully, and her eyes were bright. I grew up knowing I was a Black. My mum never let me forget it, not in a bad way, just, she wanted me to know where I came from, even though her family cast her out. And I always felt like the loose thread, you know. The one who didn't fit. The half-blood metamorphmagus whose mum married a Muggleborn. She swallowed. You're a loose thread too. And that makes me. I don't know. Less alone. Harry's throat was tight. Me too, he said. She punched his arm lightly. Don't go soft on me, Potter. Black. Whatever you are. I genuinely don't know what I am right now. Your family, Tonks said firmly. That's enough. And for one brief, warm moment, it was. Ragnarok returned with a stack of documentation that would have given Hermione a heart attack from sheer excitement. Harry signed where indicated, pressed his ring to wax seals, and officially became Lord Black, the youngest lord of an ancient and most noble house in 3 centuries. The numbers were staggering. The Black family vault contained more gold than Harry could have spent in 10 lifetimes. There were properties, Grimmauld Place, obviously, but also a chateau in the south of France, a hunting lodge in Scotland, and a property listed only as Stellaheim, North Sea, unplottable, that Ragnarok noted was accessible exclusively to the Lord Black and had not been visited in over 40 years. There was the Wisingamot seat, currently vacant, awaiting his formal claim at the ministry. There were investments, contracts with other old families, and a web of financial relationships that would take weeks to untangle. Harry absorbed it all with a numb efficiency that worried him slightly. He should be overwhelmed. He should be panicking. Instead, some part of him, the part that had faced Voldemort 4 times and lived, the part that had led the DA and fought Death Eaters in the Department of Mysteries, that part was taking notes, filing information, already thinking 3 steps ahead. The grief was still there. But it had company now, purpose. When they finally left Gringotts, stepping back into the grey daylight of Diagon Alley, Harry paused on the marble steps and turned to Tonks. "I want to go to Grimmauld Place." "Harry, maybe we should go back to Grimmauld Place," he said again, and there was something in his voice that made Tonks close her mouth and nod. They operat. Number 12 Grimmauld Place materialized between numbers 11 and 13 as it always did, squeezing into existence like a dark thought inserting itself between 2 innocent ones. Harry pushed open the door and stepped inside. The house felt different. He noticed it immediately, a shift in the atmosphere, subtle but unmistakable. The air, which had always been heavy and hostile and thick with the smell of decay, was lighter. Not welcoming, exactly. But, attentive. Like the house had lifted its head to look at him. Harry walked down the hallway. The troll-leg umbrella stand was still there, but it had stopped trying to trip him. He passed it without incident for the first time ever. The gas lamps along the walls flickered to life as he approached, burning brighter than he'd seen them, casting warm rather than sickly light. And then he reached the curtained portrait of Walburga Black. The curtains were already open. Walburga stared down at him from her frame. She was exactly as Harry remembered, tall, thin, with a face that looked like it had been carved from marble by an artist who hated joy. The black dress. The jeweled cap. The eyes that burned with a century of furious contempt for everyone and everything that wasn't pure, proper, and black. Those eyes fixed on Harry, and the screaming didn't come. She studied him. He felt the weight of her assessment, felt it magically, like a pressure against his skin. She was reading him, tasting his blood through the house's wards, verifying what the ring on his finger already proclaimed. "You," she said finally. Not a scream. A statement. Cold, imperious, and carrying a weight of complicated recognition. Regulus's boy. Harry met her eyes. Yes. Something moved in her painted face. Not warmth, Walburga Black didn't do warmth. But something shifted behind the contempt, some tectonic plate of emotion grinding against another. Her son. Her favored son, the one who'd done everything right, followed every rule, upheld every tradition, until he hadn't. Until he'd fallen in love with a muggle-born girl and fathered a half-blood child and died in a cave trying to destroy the Dark Lord she'd supported. Walburga's lips pressed together. She looked at Harry for a long, terrible moment. Then she turned her face away and said, in a voice that was almost quiet, "Close the curtains." Harry pulled the curtains shut. The brass rings didn't stick, didn't screech, didn't fight him. They slid smoothly closed, and the hallway was silent. Behind the curtains, very faintly, Harry heard a sound that might have been weeping. He moved on. The house opened for him as he walked. Doors that had been stuck or locked swung open at his approach. The drawing room, which had always felt like a mausoleum, was still dark and heavy but no longer hostile. The kitchen was clean, not freshly cleaned, but the persistent grime that had resisted months of Mrs. Weasley's efforts had simply receded, as if the house itself had decided to make an effort. Harry climbed the stairs to the tapestry room. The black family tapestry covered an entire wall, an enormous, ancient piece of needlework depicting the family tree going back centuries. Names in gold thread connected by lines of silver, with dates and titles and marriages mapped in a complex web. Harry had seen it before, had stared at the burn marks where disowned family members had been blasted off the fabric. Sirius's name. Andromeda's. He walked to the tapestry and looked for Regulus's name. It was there, Regulus Arcturus Black, 1961 to 1979. Connected by a silver line to Orion and Walburga above, connected by a parallel line to Sirius beside him. And now, connected by a golden thread, bright, new, blazing against the ancient fabric, to a name that hadn't been there before. Hadrian Regulus Black, born in 1980. The golden thread linked Harry to Regulus. A second thread, slightly different in shade, linked Harry to a name embroidered in emerald green, Lily Evans, 1960 to 1981. She wasn't connected to the tree by blood, she wasn't a Black, but the tapestry had included her anyway, acknowledging her as the mother of a Black heir. Harry reached out and touched the golden thread connecting him to Regulus. The tapestry pulsed. Light rippled outward from his fingertips, racing along the silver connections, illuminating the entire tree in a cascade of cold fire. For one heartbeat, every name on the tapestry blazed, the living and the dead, the honored and the disowned, centuries of Blacks in all their terrible, magnificent, catastrophic glory. The stars woven into the background, because the Blacks had always named their children after stars, seemed to move, rotating slowly, as if the tapestry were a window into the actual sky. Harry snatched his hand back. The light faded. The stars settled. But the whispers started. Not voices, exactly. More like a sound at the edge of hearing, a susurrus, a murmur, the way a crowd sounds from very far away. It seemed to come from the walls themselves, or from somewhere deeper, somewhere below the house, somewhere that shouldn't exist. Harry stood very still and listened. The whispers were not intelligible. They carried no words he could make out, no message he could decode. But they carried feeling, a sense of vast, patient attention, like something enormous turning its gaze toward a very small point of light. A creak on the stairs behind him. Harry spun, hand going to his hip before remembering his wand was still at Gringotts. Creature stood in the doorway. The old house elf was exactly as Harry remembered, ancient, hunched, with a face like a crumpled paper bag and ears that drooped to his shoulders. He wore the same filthy loincloth. He smelled the same, like dust and decay and bitter memories. But his eyes were different. Creature's eyes were locked on Harry with an intensity that was almost frightening. The elf was trembling, not with anger, which was his usual state, but with something else entirely. His gnarled hands were clasped at his chest, and his lower lip was quivering. "Master," Creature whispered. Harry braced for the usual muttered insults, filthy half-blood, friend of blood traitors, mudblood's brat. They didn't come. Instead, Creature took one step forward. Then another. His eyes were fixed on the ring on Harry's finger, and then they moved to the tapestry behind Harry, to the golden thread, to the name blazing in new script. "Master Regulus's boy," Creature said, and his voice broke on the name like a wave breaking on rocks. The elf's eyes filled with tears. Not the mean, self-pitying tears Harry had seen before, when Creature whimpered about the indignity of serving a household of blood traitors. These were different. These were the tears of a creature who had been carrying a grief so enormous and so private that it had hollowed him out, and who had just been given, after 16 years, a reason to set it down. Creature sank to his knees. Creature knew, the elf gasped. Creature always knew Master Regulus had a secret. Before the end, before the cave, Master Regulus was different. Happier. Frightened, but happier. He told Creature nothing, because Master Regulus was protecting someone, and Creature didn't know who, didn't know. The elf's voice dissolved into sobs. But now Creature knows. Now Creature sees. Harry stood frozen. He had hated this elf. Blamed him, at least in part, for Sirius's death, Kreacher's betrayal, his manipulation by the Malfoys, his revelation of Sirius's whereabouts. But looking at Kreacher now, crumpled on the floor of the tapestry room, weeping with a grief that mirrored Harry's own, he found that the hatred wouldn't come. Kreacher had loved Regulus. Fiercely, completely, with the absolute devotion that house elves gave to the masters who treated them with kindness. And Regulus, by all accounts, had been kind. Had been the one black who treated Kreacher like a being rather than a tool. And Kreacher had watched him die. Harry knelt. It was an instinct, not a strategic choice, not a calculated gesture, just a boy kneeling beside a grieving Kreacher because it felt like the right thing to do. "Tell me about him," Harry said quietly. "Tell me about my father." Kreacher looked up. His bulging eyes, swimming with tears, searched Harry's face. Whatever he found there made him nod, a tiny, jerky nod that set his ears flapping. "Master Regulus was good," Kreacher said. "Not like the others. Not like Mistress, with her screaming, or Master Orion, with his coldness, or Master Sirius, who was kind to everyone except Kreacher. There was no malice in this, just a fact. Master Regulus was quiet. He read books. He played the piano in the drawing room when no one was home. He spoke to Kreacher as though Kreacher mattered. The elf's hands twisted in his loincloth. When Master Regulus took the mark, Kreacher saw it. Kreacher saw Master Regulus's face when he came home that night. He was sick. Sick in his body and sick in his, Kreacher tapped his own bony chest. Here. He'd done it for the family, for Mistress, because she wanted it. But it was wrong and Master Regulus knew it was wrong and Kreacher could see it eating him. Harry's throat ached. And the cave? Kreacher shuddered. The convulsion ran through his entire body, rattling his bones. The Dark Lord wanted an elf. For a task. Master Regulus volunteered Kreacher, because he thought the Dark Lord would return Kreacher safely. Master Regulus was wrong. Kreacher's voice had gone flat, the way voices go when they're recounting something too painful for inflection. The Dark Lord took Kreacher to a cave by the sea. There was an island, and a basin of potion, and the Dark Lord made Kreacher drink. It burned. It showed Kreacher things, terrible things, things Kreacher sees every night when Kreacher closes his eyes. And then the Dark Lord placed a locket in the basin and refilled the potion and left Kreacher to die. Harry's fists clenched. But Regulus told you to come back. Master Regulus had ordered Kreacher to return. The order was stronger than the potion, stronger than the inferi in the lake, stronger than everything. Kreacher came home. A pause. And Kreacher told Master Regulus what the Dark Lord had done. And he went back. Master Regulus went back. Kreacher's voice was barely audible now. He took Kreacher. He made Kreacher promise to destroy the locket. Then he drank the potion himself. All of it. And the inferi, the elf's composure shattered. Kreacher wanted to save him. Kreacher tried. But Master Regulus ordered Kreacher to take the locket and go and not look back and Kreacher obeyed. Kreacher always obeys. Kreacher collapsed forward, pressing his forehead to the floor, his entire body shaking with sobs that had been locked inside him for 16 years. Harry put his hand on Kreacher's shoulder. The elf flinched, and then didn't, and then leaned into the touch, and Harry felt the fragile bones and the papery skin and the grief that had turned this creature bitter and cruel because it had nowhere else to go. He was brave, Harry said. He was the bravest, Kreacher whispered. Braver than all of them. They stayed like that for a while. The tapestry glowed softly behind them. The whispers murmured in the walls. And somewhere in the deep foundations of the house, something that had been asleep for a very long time stirred. The fireplace in the kitchen erupted in green flames at 7:30. Harry had been sitting at the table with Tonks and Kreacher, who had, in the space of 3 hours, transformed from a hostile gremlin into an attentive and almost distressingly eager servant, bustling around the kitchen preparing food that was actually edible and fussing over Harry's robes and calling him young master with a devotion that was as touching as it was unnerving. The green flames announced Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster stepped out of the fireplace with his usual impossible grace. A man his age had no business being that coordinated, and straightened his robes with a brief, precise gesture. He wore deep purple today, with silver stars embroidered at the cuffs. His half-moon spectacles caught the kitchen light, and behind them, his blue eyes were doing that thing they always did, calculating, assessing, projecting warmth while the mind behind them ran equations that no one else could see. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "I understand congratulations are in order." Harry looked at him. He had been preparing for this conversation since the vault. During the hours at Grimmauld Place, while reading letters and talking to Creature and watching the house reshape itself around him, a part of his mind had been running a separate process, organizing his thoughts, his emotions, his questions, into something he could wield. Not a weapon, exactly. But a tool. He was done being the boy who shouted. Shouting had never gotten him anything except a sore throat and a twinkle-eyed dismissal. "Sit down, Professor," Harry said. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face, surprise, maybe, at the tone. Harry's voice was level, controlled. Calm in a way that the headmaster had never heard from him before. Dumbledore sat. Tonks made a move toward the door. Harry shook his head slightly. "Stay. Your family. You should hear this." Tonks wavered, then sat back down. Creature positioned himself behind Harry's chair like a very small, very ugly bodyguard. "You knew," Harry said. "Not a question." Dumbledore's hands were folded on the table. He did not reach for a lemon drop or a teacup. He did not twinkle. He met Harry's eyes with an expression that was, for once, unguarded. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I knew. From the beginning. From before the beginning. I was present when James performed the blood adoption ritual. I cast the concealment charms that sealed the truth from magical detection. I co-signed the documentation with Gringotts." A pause. "I have known since before you were born." Harry let the silence stretch. 3 seconds. 5. The kitchen clock ticked. "Why?" Dumbledore drew a slow breath. "The prophecy, I don't care about the prophecy right now. I'm asking why you lied to me. Specifically. For 16 years. Another flicker. Dumbledore was not accustomed to being interrupted, and he was even less accustomed to being directed. Harry watched him adjust, watched the great mind behind those spectacles recalibrate, recognized that the boy across the table was not the same boy who had smashed his office a month ago. "Multiple reasons," Dumbledore said. "The first, and most urgent, was your safety. Voldemort murdered Regulus, or ordered his death. Regulus's betrayal was deeply personal to him. If Voldemort had known that Regulus had a child, that child would have been targeted with a ferocity beyond even what the prophecy demanded. Not just killed, Harry. Destroyed. Root and branch. Voldemort would have viewed your existence as Regulus's final defiance, and he would not have rested until every trace of Regulus's legacy was ash. So you hid me. I protected you. The blood adoption gave you James's blood, which enabled the blood protection your mother's sacrifice created. Lily died for her son, the magic didn't distinguish between biological and adopted blood. The protection at Privet Drive, the wards keyed to your mother's blood through Petunia, all of it depended on the adoption holding. If the truth had come out, the entire protective framework might have been compromised. Harry absorbed this. It was logical. It was even reasonable. And it was not the whole truth, and they both knew it. And the other reasons? Dumbledore's eyes dropped, an almost imperceptible movement, but Harry caught it. The great Albus Dumbledore, looking away first. The second reason, Dumbledore said, more quietly, was political. Regulus Black was a known Death Eater. If the wizarding world had learned that the boy who lived was the son of a Death Eater, even one who defected, the political consequences would have been severe. Public opinion, the ministry, the Wisingamot, you would have been viewed with suspicion your entire life. The child of darkness. The potential betrayer. I wanted to spare you that. Noble, Harry said. And the third reason? The silence that followed was different from the others. Heavier. Dumbledore's folded hands tightened, knuckles whitening, and for the first time, Harry saw something in the headmaster's face that he had never seen before. Fear. Not fear of Harry. Fear of the answer he was about to give. The third reason, Dumbledore said, was that a boy who did not know the truth was easier to guide. The words landed in the kitchen like stones dropping into still water. Tonks drew a sharp breath. Creature hissed. Harry didn't move. If you had known you were Regulus's son, Dumbledore continued, and his voice was steady but it cost him, you would have had questions I wasn't ready to answer. About Horcruxes. About the Black family's role in the magical world. About your father's sacrifice and what it meant. You would have sought out knowledge that I was carefully rationing, parceling out in pieces, at the right moments, when I judged you were ready. When you judged, Harry repeated. Yes. And you judged that I was never ready. Not in 11 years old. Not at 12. Not at 13, 14, 15. Never. I judged poorly. The words came out rough, and Harry realized with a shock that Dumbledore's eyes were bright. Not twinkling. Bright with something raw. I have said this before, Harry. I made mistakes. I valued my plan above your right to the truth. I treated you as a piece on a board when I should have treated you as a person. I told you this a month ago, in my office, after, he stopped. After Sirius died, hung in the air between them. You told me a lot of things in your office, Harry said. You told me about the prophecy. You apologized for keeping me in the dark. And then you sent me back to Privet Drive for 3 weeks without telling me this. He lifted his hand, showing the Black family ring. You knew the Gringotts ritual would reveal it. You could have told me before I walked in there and found out from a piece of enchanted parchment. Dumbledore said nothing. That's what I can't forgive, Harry said. Not the lie. Not the 16 years. Those, I can understand. I don't agree with them, but I understand the logic. What I can't forgive is that you had a chance to tell me the truth yourself, to sit me down and explain, in your own words, who my father was and why you hid it, and you chose not to. Again. After everything that happened. After Sirius. The name hit the room like a physical blow. You let me walk into Gringotts blind, Harry said. You let me read it on a piece of parchment. And now I'm sitting here trying to figure out what's real and what's a chess move, and I don't know if I can trust your answer, because every time I think I've gotten to the bottom of your secrets, there's another floor underneath. Dumbledore's head bowed. Not much. An inch, maybe. But for a man who carried himself like a king, it was an avalanche. You are right, Dumbledore said. I have no defense. I was afraid of how you would react, and I chose cowardice over honesty. It is, perhaps, my most consistent failing. Harry watched him for a long moment. The anger was there, it hadn't gone anywhere, it was a living thing coiled in his chest, hot and righteous and aching to be unleashed. But Harry had spent the last 3 weeks learning what happened when he let anger drive his decisions, and the lesson had cost him the person he loved most in the world. He would not make that mistake again. I'm not going to pretend this is fine, Harry said. It's not. You broke something today, and I don't know if it can be fixed. But I'm also not going to storm out and refuse to work with you, because there's a war on and Voldemort is still out there and I can't afford the luxury of a grudge. Dumbledore looked up. The surprise on his face was genuine, and it told Harry something important. Dumbledore had expected the explosion. Had prepared for it, probably. Had his responses lined up for a shouting match, for thrown objects, for the theatrical rage of a traumatized teenager. He had not prepared for this. For a boy who looked at him with clear eyes and measured words and the cold, precise anger of someone who had decided to be strategic about their fury. "I need to know everything else you're hiding from me," Harry said. "And I don't mean eventually. I mean now. Before Hogwarts. Before anything else happens. Because if I find out there's another secret, another 16-year lie waiting to go off like a bomb, then we are done. Not as enemies. Just done. I'll fight this war without you if I have to." Dumbledore studied him for a very long time. The clock ticked. Creature shuffled behind Harry's chair. Tonks was statue still. "There are things I must tell you," Dumbledore said finally. "About Voldemort. About what he has done to ensure his survival. And about what it may cost to stop him. I am not ready to share all of it tonight, not because I wish to withhold it, but because some of it I have not yet confirmed, and I will not burden you with speculation." "When?" "Before the start of term." "You have my word." "Your word," Harry said. He let the weight of that sit in the air. "All right, Professor. I'll hold you to it." Dumbledore rose. He looked, Harry thought, older than he'd ever seen him. Not physically, the man always looked ancient, but in some deeper way, as if the scaffolding behind the performance had developed cracks. "For what it is worth," Dumbledore said from the doorway, "Regulus Black was one of the bravest people I never had the honor of knowing. I wish I had been wise enough to reach out to him before it was too late. I wish many things." He stepped into the fireplace, and the green flames took him. Harry sat in the kitchen for a long time after he left. Tonks was the one who finally broke the silence. "That was." She searched for the word. "I've never seen anyone handle Dumbledore like that. I wasn't handling him. No. That's what made it terrifying." She paused. "He looked scared, Harry." "Good," Harry said. And then, softer, "He should be." Not because Harry intended to threaten him. Not because Harry had any desire for revenge or confrontation. But because the most dangerous version of Harry Potter, the one who thought clearly, who spoke precisely, who channeled his anger into strategy instead of spectacle, was something Albus Dumbledore had never planned for. And Dumbledore knew it. Midnight found Harry in the tapestry room again. Tonks had gone home, promising to return in the morning. Creature had been persuaded to sleep, reluctantly, and only after Harry had directly ordered it, which felt strange and wrong and necessary. The house was quiet in a way that Grimmauld Place had never been quiet before, not oppressive silence, but the held-breath stillness of a place waiting to see what would happen next. Harry stood before the tapestry, studying it. His eyes traced the lines of descent, the web of marriages and births and deaths that constituted the Black family's history. He found names he recognized: Narcissa, married to Lucius Malfoy. Bellatrix, married to Rodolphus Lestrange. Andromeda, blasted off but still faintly visible beneath the burn mark, married to Ted Tonks. Sirius, similarly scorched but present. And Regulus. His father. The word still felt foreign. Father. He'd used it before, he'd said, "my father," 1,000 times, meaning James. And James was his father. The blood adoption was real. The love was real. The sacrifice was real. But Regulus was also his father, in a different way that was no less real, and Harry was going to have to learn how to carry both of them. He touched the tapestry again, lightly this time, just his fingertips against the golden thread that bore his name. The fabric was warm. The stars woven into the background shifted, not dramatically, not like before, but a subtle adjustment, as if the constellation of Regulus was brightening by a fraction. The whispers came again. Harry tilted his head, listening. The sound was coming from below, from the foundations of the house, or from the earth itself, or from somewhere that wasn't physical at all. It was like hearing a conversation in another room through a thick wall, the rhythm of speech without the content, the cadence of meaning without the words. He should have been frightened. A sane person would have been frightened by mysterious whispers in a dark, haunted house at midnight. But Harry had never been accused of an excess of sanity, and the whispers didn't feel threatening. They felt acknowledging. Like the house was introducing him to something that lived beneath it, and that something was nodding in recognition. Later, Harry thought. I'll figure that out later. He had more immediate concerns. The letters from his parents, both sets of parents, were in his pocket. Kreacher's story was in his mind. The black family ring was on his finger, warm and present and heavy with history. And somewhere in this house, there was a library full of knowledge that had been locked away from him because the right blood hadn't come to claim it. Tomorrow, he would start reading. He would learn about the black family, their magic, their history, their place in the wizarding world. He would learn about the Wizengamot seat and what it meant. He would reach out to people who could help him navigate the political landscape he'd just been dropped into. And he would find out what Regulus had died for. Not just the locket, Kreacher had told him about that. But the rest of it. The bigger picture. What had Regulus discovered about Voldemort's immortality that had driven a privileged pureblood teenager to trade his life for a chance to stop it? Harry looked at his reflection in the dark window. The face that looked back was James Potter's face. The blood adoption had given him that, along with James's messy hair and lanky build and nearsighted eyes. But his eyes were Lily's, and if Harry looked closely, if he really looked, in a way he'd never had reason to before, there was something in the set of his jaw, the angle of his cheekbones, the way his brow furrowed when he was thinking, that didn't come from James at all. Black features. Subtle enough to miss, if you didn't know what you were looking for. But there. I'm going to finish what you started, Harry said to the reflection, and he meant it for both of them. For James, who had fought Voldemort head-on. For Regulus, who had fought him from within. Two fathers. Two kinds of courage. He went to bed. For the first time in 3 weeks, he slept. Not well, and not without dreams. The veil was there, as always, with its whispering curtain and its hungry dark. But in the dream, the veil was flanked by 2 figures, one on each side. One had messy hair and glasses. The other had dark hair and gray eyes and a silver ring. They didn't speak. They didn't need to. They were standing guard. Harry slept until morning, and when he woke, the ring on his finger was warm, and the house around him was humming softly, like a song it had forgotten and was just beginning to remember. He got up. He washed his face with cold water, put on clean robes, and went downstairs. Kreacher had breakfast waiting, eggs, toast, bacon, tea, all prepared with a meticulous care that bordered on religious devotion. The elf was hovering near the table, practically vibrating with anxious hope. Is the food to young master's liking? Harry sat down and took a bite. The eggs were perfect. It's good, Kreacher. Thank you. The elf made a sound that was somewhere between a squeak and a sob and went to polish the silverware with the frantic energy of a creature who has just been given a purpose after 16 years without one. Harry ate. He drank his tea. He looked at the morning light filtering through the kitchen windows, weak and grey, as London light always was, but light nonetheless. Then he pulled out parchment and a quill and began to write. The first letter was to Ragnarok, requesting a complete audit of the Black Estate and a meeting to discuss the Wizengamot seat. The second was to Remus Lupin, and it said only, "We need to talk." You know about what? The third was to no one in particular. It was a list. At the top, Harry wrote 2 words, "What now?" Underneath, in neat, decisive handwriting that didn't look like James Potter's at all, 1. Learn what Regulus knew. 2. Claim the Wizengamot seat. 3. Find the Horcruxes. 4. End this war. He studied the list. It was absurdly ambitious. It was probably impossible. A 16-year-old boy with a second-hand education and a scar on his forehead against the most powerful dark wizard in a century, a corrupt government, and a secret society that treated him like a child. Harry folded the list and put it in his pocket, next to the letters from his parents. Then he went to the library. The door opened before he touched it. Chapter 2, The Lord of Black. The Black family library was not a room. It was a statement. 3 stories tall, occupying what should have been impossible space within the townhouse's narrow frame, it rose around Harry like a cathedral built by people who worshipped knowledge the way others worshipped gods. Shelves of dark wood climbed from floor to ceiling, crammed with books that ranged from leather-bound volumes the size of dinner plates to slim manuscripts no bigger than a playing card. Rolling ladders on brass tracks provided access to the upper levels, and the ceiling, if there was a ceiling, was lost in shadow. The air smelled of parchment and old magic and something faintly electric, like the atmosphere before a storm. Harry had spent the last 6 days in here. Not exclusively, he slept, he ate creatures' increasingly elaborate meals, he exchanged letters with Tonks and endured the frustrating silence from Remus, who had not responded to his message. But most of his waking hours were consumed by the library, because it turned out that the Black family had been accumulating magical knowledge for roughly 1,000 years and had never thrown anything away. The grimoire was the centerpiece. Bound in black dragon hide, clasped with silver shaped like serpents, it sat on a pedestal of its own near the library's heart. It had been sealed with blood wards that had kept it shut for decades. No one with the right blood had been alive and free to open it since Regulus died. It opened for Harry like a flower. The contents were dense, complex, and occasionally terrifying. The Black family's magical tradition was built on a foundation that Hogwarts didn't teach and the Ministry didn't acknowledge: stellar magic, celestial alignment, constellation-based spellwork that drew power not from the caster's internal reserves but from the stars themselves. Each generation of Blacks had contributed to the grimoire, adding spells, rituals, observations, and, more rarely, warnings. Harry didn't understand most of it. But he was learning. He'd started with the basics, the theory of celestial resonance, which posited that every magical bloodline was attuned to specific stellar frequencies. The Blacks were attuned to the constellation of their namesakes, hence the family tradition of naming children after stars. Sirius, Regulus, Bellatrix, Orion. Each name was not just a label but a key, a resonance point that connected the bearer to a specific celestial power. Harry's name, Hadrian, wasn't a star. But Regulus was. The first time Harry had tried to access the stellar magic, sitting cross-legged on the library floor at 2 in the morning with the grimoire open before him, he'd felt something shift inside his chest. Not painfully, but profoundly, a door opening onto a vast, cold, brilliant space. For one dizzying moment, he'd felt the star Regulus, a blue-white giant, 80 light-years away, burning with a fury that dwarfed the sun. The connection was there. Faint, unpracticed, raw, but there. He'd practiced every night since. Progress was glacial, but it was progress. On the 7th morning, the letter from the Ministry arrived. It was not, technically, from the Ministry. It was from the Wisengamot's Office of Hereditary Seats, and it informed him that his claim to the Black family's Wisengamot seat had been received via Gringotts and that he was required to present himself before the Heritage Committee for formal verification. The hearing was scheduled for the following day. Harry read the letter twice, set it down, and went to find Creature. "I need proper robes," he said. "Lord Black robes. Are there any in the house?" Creature's ears perked up so sharply they nearly achieved vertical. "Master Regulus's formal robes are in the wardrobe on the 3rd floor. They would need adjusting. Young Master is taller than Master Regulus was, but Creature can do it." The elf vanished with a crack that sounded almost joyful. Harry stood in the kitchen, thinking. The Heritage Committee. Political territory. He was walking into a room full of people who had spent their entire lives navigating the labyrinth of pure-blood politics, and he had 6 days of reading and a general understanding that he was completely out of his depth. He needed help. The problem was who? Dumbledore would offer guidance laden with agenda. The Order would tell him to keep his head down. Ron and Hermione were brilliant allies but knew as much about Wisengamot politics as Harry knew about Quidditch formations, which was to say, the general shape but none of the specifics. Tonks arrived at noon, as she'd been doing daily. She took one look at his face and said, "What happened?" He showed her the letter. "Tomorrow." Tonks's hair cycled through 3 shades of alarmed orange. "That's fast. Normally these hearings take weeks to schedule. Someone wants it done quickly. Or someone wants you off balance." She chewed her lip. "Harry, the Heritage Committee isn't just rubber stamping. It's 5 members, all from old families, and at least 2 of them have ties to families that would benefit from the black seat staying empty. If they challenge your claim, then I need to know the rules better than they do. In one day. I'm a fast reader." Tonks gave him a look that said she admired his confidence and feared for his sanity in equal measure. "I'll see what I can dig up from the Auror archives. And I'll reach out to my mum. She may have been disowned, but she knows pure-blood law better than anyone." After she left, Harry returned to the library. He pulled every book on Wisengamot procedure, hereditary law, and pure-blood politics that the Black collection contained, which was considerable, since the Blacks had been playing this game for centuries, and settled in to read. By midnight, his eyes were burning and his head was full of precedents, protocols, and the dawning realization that wizarding politics was essentially a blood sport with better vocabulary. By 2 in the morning, he'd found the section on contested lordships and the various mechanisms for challenge. It made for grim reading. There were at least 4 legal pathways someone could use to block his claim, and the most dangerous was the magical contest, a sanctioned duel that could override committee decisions entirely. By 4 in the morning, he was asleep at the desk with his face in a book about parliamentary procedure, and Creature had draped a blanket over his shoulders without being asked. The Ministry of Magic hadn't changed since Harry's last visit, which had ended with a battle in the Department of Mysteries and Sirius falling through the veil. Walking back through the atrium was like swallowing glass. He kept his face neutral. The robes helped. Creature had performed small miracles overnight. Regulus's formal robes, black silk with silver embroidery at the cuffs and collar, the Black family crest worked in thread of silver on the left breast, had been altered to fit Harry's taller, leaner frame. They were beautiful in the way that old money was beautiful, understated, perfect, and quietly devastating. Harry had looked at himself in the mirror that morning and seen someone he didn't entirely recognize. The robes changed his posture, his silhouette, the way he moved. He didn't look like a schoolboy. He looked like what the robes were designed to make him look like, a lord. The Black family ring gleamed on his right hand. His wand was in a holster at his wrist, a gift from the Gringotts armory, part of the estate. It was faster than a pocket and harder to disarm. Tonks walked beside him in her aura robes, badge visible, jaw set. She'd opted for jet black hair today, solidarity, she'd said, with a grin that didn't quite reach her eyes. The atrium was busy. Witches and wizards streamed past in both directions, most too preoccupied with their own business to notice Harry. But some noticed. Some stopped. Some stared. Harry kept walking. The Heritage Committee met in a chamber on level 2, adjacent to the Wisengamot's main hall. It was a hexagonal room with tiered seating and a raised platform at one end where the 5 committee members sat behind a carved stone bench. The aesthetic was somewhere between a courtroom and a cathedral, dark stone, high ceiling, enchanted windows showing a sky that was always overcast regardless of the actual weather. The committee members were already seated. Harry recognized none of them by sight, but the nameplates helped: Ogden, Marchbanks, Folly, Burke, Selwyn. Old names, all of them. Ogden looked bored. Marchbanks looked ancient. Folly and Selwyn were whispering to each other with the practiced discretion of people who wanted everyone to know they were whispering. Burke sat perfectly still and watched Harry enter with eyes that gave nothing away. The gallery was not empty. Word had spread, Harry could see it in the faces turned toward him from the tiered seats above. Reporters with quick quotes, quills, minor politicians, members of other old families who had come to watch the show. And in the third row, a man Harry had seen once before, in the stands at the Quidditch World Cup, Thaddeus Nott Sr. thin, grey-haired, with a face like a hatchet and the controlled stillness of a predator conserving energy. He wore robes of deep green and a signet ring on each hand, and he was watching Harry with an expression of polite interest that fooled absolutely no one. Beside him sat his son, Theodore, Harry's year at Hogwarts, Slytherin, quiet and sharp. Theodore's face was carefully blank, but his eyes tracked Harry across the room with an intensity that suggested strong opinions being forcibly contained. Harry took his place at the petitioner's podium. Tonks sat behind him in the witness chair. "The committee will come to order," said Ogden, who apparently served as chair. His voice was a bass rumble that filled the room without effort. "We are here to adjudicate the claim of one Harry James Potter to the hereditary Wizengamot seat of the most ancient and noble House of Black. The claimant has presented Gringotts documentation including an inheritance verification ritual, a blood adoption record, and the last will and testament of the previous Lord Black, Sirius Orion Black III. He shuffled papers. "The documentation appears to be in order. However, this committee has received a formal objection to the claim, filed by Lord Thaddeus Nott of the ancient House of Nott." Harry felt rather than saw Tonks stiffen behind him. He kept his eyes on the committee and waited. Nott Sr. rose from the gallery and descended to a second podium that had materialized opposite Harry's. His movements were precise and unhurried. He reached the podium, adjusted his cuffs, and inclined his head to the committee with the ease of a man who had done this 100 times. "Esteemed members of the Heritage Committee," Nott said. His voice was a smooth, cultured tenor, the kind of voice that made unpleasant things sound reasonable. "I come before you not from personal interest but from concern for the integrity of our ancient institutions." Liar, Harry thought, but kept his face impassive. "The claimant before you is publicly known as Harry James Potter, the son of James and Lily Potter, raised in the Muggle world, educated at Hogwarts as a Gryffindor. He has never identified as a Black, never lived as a Black, and has had no contact with or education in the traditions, responsibilities, and magical practices of the House of Black." Nott paused, letting that land. "He now presents himself with Gringotts documentation claiming biological descent from Regulus Arcturus Black, a man who died 17 years ago and who, let us be clear, was a confirmed Death Eater before his defection and death." Another pause, this one more pointed. "I do not question the Gringotts ritual. I question the fitness of the claimant to assume the responsibilities of a seat he has no preparation for, no understanding of, and, I say this respectfully, no genuine connection to." Several people in the gallery shifted. Harry caught a few nods. "Furthermore," Nott continued, "would remind the committee that the Black family's Wizengamot seat carries specific obligations under the Charter of the Sacred 28, obligations that require the seated lord to demonstrate knowledge of pure-blood tradition, magical competence in the family's particular discipline, and the endorsement of at least one allied house. Mr. Potter, or Mr. Black, if he prefers, has demonstrated none of these." He turned to look at Harry directly for the first time. The look was cold and appraising and held a faint edge of contempt that Nott didn't bother to hide. "I move that the claim be denied on grounds of insufficient qualification, and that the Black seat be held in abeyance until a more suitable heir can be identified." Ogden looked at Harry. "The claimant may respond." Harry stood very still. His heart was beating faster than he liked, and a bead of sweat was forming between his shoulder blades, but nothing of this showed on his face. 6 days of reading. 6 days of cramming centuries of political procedure into his skull. He didn't know everything. He didn't need to. He needed to know more than Nott expected him to. "Thank you, Chairman Ogden," Harry said. His voice was steady. "And thank you, Lord Nott, for your concern for our institutions." The faintest flicker in Nott's eyes. He hadn't expected politeness. "Lord Nott raises several points, and I'll address them in turn. First, he questions my fitness to hold the seat on the grounds that I have not been raised as a black or educated in black family traditions. This is true. It is also irrelevant. He let that word sit for a moment before continuing. Wisengamot Hereditary Seat Law, Section 3, Paragraph 12 states that the right of blood inheritance to a family seat is absolute and unconditional, subject only to verification of lineage. It does not require the claimant to have been raised in the family. It does not require prior education. It does not require endorsement from allied houses. Those requirements apply to the exercise of the seat's voting privileges in specific committee assignments, not to the claim itself. A murmur ran through the gallery. Harry saw Nott's jaw tighten by a fraction. Second, Lord Nott references the Charter of the Sacred 28. The Charter is a social document, not a legal one. It has no standing in Wisengamot law and has never been used as grounds for denying a hereditary claim. If it were, I suspect several current seat holders would find their own positions rather uncomfortable. He didn't look at Burke or Selwyn, but the implication landed. Both committee members shifted. Third, and most importantly, Harry paused. Something was happening in the gallery. A small commotion, someone arriving late, slipping into a seat in the middle rows. Harry glanced up and saw a girl his age settling into a chair beside a tall, gray-eyed man in charcoal robes. The girl had dark blonde hair pulled back from a face that was all angles and composure, and she was watching Harry with an expression of frank assessment, the kind of look a jeweler gives a stone before deciding whether it's worth cutting. Harry didn't know her. But the man beside her wore a signet ring that Harry recognized from his reading, the Greengrass crest. He refocused. Third, and most importantly, he continued, the objection Lord Nott has filed is procedurally invalid. Under Article 74 of Goblin Inheritance Law, which governs all ancient and noble house successions, a verified blood claim supersedes any and all minister-level objections. The Heritage Committee's role in these proceedings is confirmatory, not adjudicatory. You are here to acknowledge the claim, not to judge it. Dead silence. Ogden was staring at Harry with what might have been respect. Marchbanks, who was roughly 400 years old and had seen everything, looked mildly interested for the first time in what was probably decades. Burke's expression hadn't changed. Foley and Selwyn were exchanging glances of poorly concealed alarm. Nott's composure held, but the temperature behind his eyes dropped several degrees. Mr. Potter raises a technically correct point, Nott said. However, Lord Black, Harry said quietly. Nott stopped. My legal name, as established by the Gringotts Inheritance Verification, is Hadrian Regulus Black. I retain the Potter name by adoption and hold both titles. But in these proceedings, which concern the Black seat, I'll ask to be addressed correctly. The room was very quiet. Ogden cleared his throat. The committee will take a brief recess to review the procedural question raised by the claimant. The 5 committee members withdrew behind the bench. The gallery immediately erupted into the buzzing whisper of people trying to gossip quietly and failing. Harry stepped back from the podium. His hands were trembling, adrenaline, not fear, and he clasped them behind his back where no one could see. That was well done, said a voice at his elbow. Harry turned. The girl from the gallery had come down from the tiered seats and was standing 2 feet away from him, close enough that he could see the exact shade of her eyes, blue-gray, like winter sky, and the faint scattering of freckles across her nose that her composure almost managed to make invisible. Daphne Greengrass, she said, not offering her hand. You're going to lose. Harry blinked. I'm sorry. Procedurally, you're correct. Nott's objection doesn't have legal standing, and the committee has to confirm your claim. But Nott knows that. He's not trying to win the legal argument, he's trying to establish a narrative. Unqualified half-blood usurping a pure-blood seat. He'll lose the hearing and win the court of public opinion, which is where the real power is. She said all of this in a tone of detached analysis, like she was reviewing a chess match rather than Harry's future. And you're telling me this because? Because it would be a waste if someone who can actually quote Section 3, Paragraph 12 got outmaneuvered by someone whose entire strategy relies on you not knowing any better. She tilted her head. Where did you learn Wisengamot procedural law in, what, a week? 6 days. Her eyebrows rose by a millimeter. It was the most emotion she'd shown. Impressive. And also insufficient. You need to change the game, not play his. Harry studied her. She was his age, maybe a year younger, it was hard to tell with the composure, and she carried herself with the easy authority of someone who had been attending events like this since childhood. Behind her, in the gallery, her father watched with an expression of calculated neutrality that matched his reputation. You have a suggestion, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Invoke the right of blood precedence. Which is? Black Family Charter, Article 7. It predates the Wisengamot Heritage Committee by 300 years. It states that any verified blood heir of the House of Black may claim the family seat directly, bypassing committee review entirely. The committee exists to handle disputed claims, but yours isn't disputed, it's verified by Gringotts. The objection not filed doesn't create a dispute, it creates a challenge, which is a different legal category. Blood precedence overrides challenges. Harry absorbed this in 3 seconds. Why do you know the Black Family Charter? Because I know everyone's charter. It's what my family does. Something glinted in her eyes, amusement, or challenge, or both. We're neutral, Lord Black. We survive by knowing more than everyone else in the room. Consider this a free sample. Nothing's free. The ghost of a smile. No. But you'll owe me one, and a greengrass favor from the new Lord Black is worth more than gold right now. She turned and walked back to the gallery before he could respond. Harry watched her go. Then he turned back to the podium, because the committee members were returning and Ogden was calling the room to order. The committee has reviewed the procedural question, Ogden said. While Lord Nott's objection does not meet the standard for Chairman Ogden, Harry said. I invoke the right of blood precedence, under Article 7 of the Black Family Charter. The room went silent for the second time. Ogden stared at him. Nott stared at him. Every person in the gallery leaned forward as if pulled by the same string. The right of blood precedence, Ogden repeated slowly. That hasn't been invoked in 147 years, Marchbank supplied, and she sounded delighted. Arcturus Black II. 1849, bypassed the committee entirely and walked straight into his seat. Caused quite the uproar. The right is still valid? Ogden asked, turning to Folly, who apparently served as the committee's legal authority. Folly's face said he wished it weren't, but the law was the law. It's valid. Ancient family charters take precedence over committee procedure when invoked by a verified blood heir. If the Gringotts verification is authentic, and we have no grounds to question it, then the committee's role is concluded. Nott's composure finally cracked. Not visibly, not to anyone who wasn't watching closely. But Harry was watching closely, and he saw the muscle in Nott's jaw work, the brief flash of fury in the man's eyes before it was buried under layers of practiced control. Then I believe, Harry said, that my claim is confirmed. Ogden looked at the committee. Marchbanks nodded. Folly nodded reluctantly. Burke, who had been a sphinx throughout, inclined his head. Selwyn followed Burke's lead, because Selwyn always followed someone's lead. The claim of Hadrian Regulus Black to the hereditary Wisengamot seat of the most ancient and noble house of Black is confirmed by right of blood precedence, Ogden said formally. The Black family ring will serve as his credential of office. The seat is his to occupy at the next full session of the Wisengamot. The ring on Harry's finger pulsed. It wasn't subtle. The star set into the serpent's eye blazed white-blue, and Harry felt the surge of power race up his arm and through his body like lightning following a wire. For one heartbeat, one single, crystalline heartbeat, every person in the room saw it. The shadows behind Harry deepened and shifted, And in those shadows, points of light appeared, a constellation taking shape in the darkness behind the boy in black robes. Regulus. The star. The lion's heart. Blazing in a room 200 feet underground on a Tuesday morning in London, burning with a light that hadn't been seen in the halls of wizarding government since the last Lord Black died in a cave full of inferi. Then it was gone. The shadows were just shadows. The ring dimmed to its usual faint glow. But everyone had seen it. Harry stood at the podium and felt the silence of a room full of powerful people recalculating everything they thought they knew about him. "Thank you, Chairman Ogden," Harry said. "I look forward to taking my seat." He stepped down and walked out. He didn't look at Nott. He didn't need to. He could feel the man's hatred on his back like a handprint. The corridor outside the hearing room was empty for exactly 12 seconds before Daphne Greengrass materialized beside him. "How did you do that?" she asked. "Invoked the charter." "You told me to." "Not the charter. The light show. The stars." Harry flexed his hand. The ring was warm, settled, content. "I don't know. It just happened." She studied him with that jeweler's gaze. "That was Black family stellar magic. No one's demonstrated that in public since Arcturus Black III, and he died in 1991. The family magic was supposed to have gone dormant. Apparently it woke up. Apparently." She walked beside him in silence for several paces, matching his stride despite being half a head shorter. Her robes were dove gray, impeccably tailored, and she moved through the ministry corridors with the ease of someone who'd been navigating them since childhood. "I owe you a favor," Harry said. "You do. What do you want?" She stopped walking. Harry stopped too, turning to face her. They were in an alcove between two corridors, a pocket of relative privacy in the ministry's perpetual foot traffic. She looked up at him, not far up. She was tall for her age, and the calculation in her eyes was open, undisguised. "I want an alliance," she said. "Not a personal one. A political one. My family has been neutral since the First War. We didn't support Voldemort, we didn't support Dumbledore, we survived by being useful enough to both sides that neither wanted to destroy us. It worked. Until now. What's changed? The war has escalated. Neutral isn't safe anymore. Voldemort is demanding families choose sides, and no is becoming a dangerous answer. My father has been approached by Death Eaters 3 times in the last month. The last time, they made it clear that our neutrality would be interpreted as opposition if it continued." Harry listened without interrupting. Her voice was controlled, but underneath the control, there was something else. Something that looked a lot like fear, carefully managed and absolutely real. "We need an ally," Daphne continued. "Someone powerful enough that aligning with them provides protection but not someone already embedded in an existing faction. Dumbledore has his order. Voldemort has his Death Eaters. The ministry has its bureaucrats. She gestured at him. You're a political free agent with 2 Wizengamot seats, the Black Fortune, and whatever that light show was. You're the most valuable uncommitted asset in Wizarding Britain, and you don't even know it yet. I'm starting to get the picture. Then you understand why I'm standing here instead of upstairs pretending I don't care about politics." Harry considered her. She was being honest, not kind, not warm, but honest. The Greengrass family's position was exactly as she described it, caught between 2 fires, running out of room to maneuver. They needed protection. Harry needed knowledge. "What do you bring to the table?" he asked. "Everything you don't have. Political intelligence. Knowledge of every family in the Wizengamot, their alliances, their debts, their vulnerabilities. Understanding of pure-blood custom and law. And, a flicker of something that might have been self-conscious. Competence. I'm the best political mind of my generation, and I'm not saying that to impress you. I'm saying it because it's true and false modesty wastes time. Harry looked at her for a long moment. She didn't flinch. She didn't look away. She stood there in her grey robes in a ministry alcove and dared him to dismiss her. He didn't. "Come to Grimmauld Place tomorrow," he said. "Bring your father if he wants. We'll talk. Just talk. For now. I don't make alliances with people I've known for 30 minutes. The ghost smiled again. Smart. Most people in your position would be scrambling for any advantage they could get. I'm not most people. No, Daphne said. You're not. She walked away. Harry watched her go, and became aware that his pulse was doing something unusual that had nothing to do with politics. He filed that observation away for later. The afternoon brought Narcissa Malfoy. Harry had expected her to reach out eventually. The Black family dynamics made it inevitable. Narcissa was a Black by birth, Bellatrix's sister, Regulus's cousin, and now Harry's aunt in a way that was both legally and biologically irrefutable. More importantly, she was intelligent, connected, and desperate, which was a combination that made people either very useful or very dangerous. Usually both. Her letter arrived by Private Elf, a small, neat creature in a pillowcase monogrammed with the Malfoy M, and was written in a hand so elegant it looked engraved. Dear nephew, I request a meeting at your earliest convenience. I suggest neutral ground, the private parlor at the Hog's Head in Hogsmeade would serve. I come alone and unarmed, and I give my word as a Black that no harm will come to you by my hand or by my instruction. There are things we must discuss. Some of them you will want to hear. Others you will need to hear. I leave the distinction to your judgment. Your aunt, Narcissa. Harry showed the letter to Tonks, who went through approximately 17 facial expressions in 3 seconds before settling on reluctant pragmatism. It's a trap, Tonks said. Probably. You're going to go anyway. Definitely. Can I at least, I'll take precautions. But she said alone, and if I show up with backup, it poisons whatever she's offering before I even hear it. Tonks made a sound of frustrated disagreement but didn't argue further. She trusted Harry's judgment, a relatively new development that pleased him more than he'd expected. He went that evening. The Hog's Head was exactly as disreputable as he remembered, dim, dirty, and populated by the kind of people who came to a pub specifically because nobody would look at them too closely. Aberforth Dumbledore stood behind the bar, polishing a glass that would never be clean, and gave Harry a nod that communicated nothing except acknowledgement. The private parlor was upstairs, a small room with a table, 2 chairs, a fire, and privacy wards so thick Harry could feel them pressing against his skin like humidity. Narcissa was already there. She was beautiful. Harry noticed this the way he noticed the weather. It was a fact, observable and irrelevant to his purpose. Narcissa Malfoy née Black was tall, pale, with white blonde hair and cheekbones that could cut glass and the regal bearing of a woman who had been trained from birth to command a room by walking into it. She wore black. Not Malfoy colors. Black. Harry, she said. Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa. Or Aunt, if you prefer, though I suspect that might be premature. She gestured to the chair opposite her. Please. He sat. She poured tea from a pot that was already on the table, a deliberate choice, he realized. She'd arrived early. Prepared the room. Set the stage. Everything she did was choreographed. You don't seem surprised, Harry said. By your parentage? Narcissa sipped her tea. I am not so easily surprised as you might hope, nephew. I knew about Regulus and your mother. Harry went very still. How long? Since before you were born. Regulus was, not as careful as he thought he was. I found letters in his room when I visited Grimmauld Place during my pregnancy with Draco. Letters from a woman who signed herself only with a lily flower drawn in green ink. The corner of her mouth twitched. Not subtle. You never told anyone. I told no one. Not Lucius. Not Bellatrix. Not the Dark Lord. She set down her teacup with a precise click. Regulus was my favorite cousin. The only member of this family, besides Andromeda, who possessed both intelligence and kindness. When I realized he had fallen in love with a Muggleborn, when I understood the danger he was in, not from the affair itself but from what the Dark Lord would do if he learned of it, I chose to protect him the only way I knew how. By keeping my mouth shut. And after he died? After he died, the secret became a memorial. The only thing I had left of him. And then you survived the killing curse, and the whole world decided you were James Potter's son, and the secret became something else entirely, insurance. Harry's eyes narrowed. Insurance against what? Against a day exactly like this one. Narcissa's gaze was steady, clear, and carried a depth of calculated intelligence that reminded Harry, uncomfortably, of Dumbledore. The day when the truth came out and the new Lord Black needed someone who understood the family, the politics, and the danger. Someone who could provide value. And that someone is you. That someone is me. Harry leaned back in his chair. He didn't touch the tea. What do you want, Narcissa? Protection. For Draco. The bluntness surprised him. He'd expected layers, negotiations, the gradual peeling back of her true agenda through hours of elegant maneuvering. Instead, she'd gone straight to the core within 5 minutes. Lucius is in Azkaban, Narcissa said. The Dark Lord is furious at his failure at the Department of Mysteries. Draco is 16 years old, and the Dark Lord has made it clear that he expects Draco to compensate for his father's mistakes. Compensate how? By taking the mark and performing a task. A task designed to be impossible, as punishment for Lucius. The Dark Lord does not expect Draco to succeed. He expects Draco to fail, and to die failing, and for that death to serve as a lesson. Her voice didn't waver. Her hands didn't shake. But something in her eyes, a hairline fracture in the porcelain, told Harry that this was the most honest thing she'd said in years and it was costing her everything. You want me to protect Draco, Harry said. I want you to give me a way to get my son out. Your position as Lord Black gives you political power. The Black fortune gives you resources. Your connection to Dumbledore gives you a network. I will trade anything, intelligence, cooperation, my own service, for my son's life. What intelligence? Narcissa reached into her robes and produced a folded piece of parchment. She placed it on the table between them. Locations of 3 Death Eater safe houses. The identities of 2 ministry officials under the Imperius curse. And the current location of Hufflepuff's cup, which the Dark Lord entrusted to my sister Bellatrix for safekeeping in the Lestrange vault at Gringotts. Harry didn't touch the parchment. He looked at it, then at Narcissa. Hufflepuff's cup, he said carefully. You know what it is. Do I? You know what your father discovered. You have his journals, they were in the vault, and the goblins would have given them to you with the rest. Regulus documented everything. He was meticulous. She paused. The cup is one of them. One of the things the Dark Lord made. I don't fully understand what they are, but I know they're keeping him alive, and I know that destroying them is the only way to end this. Harry absorbed the implications. She knew about the Horcruxes, not the word, maybe, but the concept. She'd pieced it together from Regulus's research, or from her own observations, or from both. She was offering him the location of a Horcrux. The price was her son's life. If I agree to protect Draco, Harry said, what does that look like? Practically. Sanctuary. A place the Dark Lord can't reach him. Grimmauld Place, perhaps, the Fidelius charm is still active, and with you as Lord Black, the house's wards would respond to your authority. Draco stays there. I feed you intelligence from within the Dark Lord's circle. When the war ends, if we survive, I ask only that Draco is free to make his own choices about who he wants to be. And you? You'd stay with Voldemort? Someone has to be on the inside. Harry studied her. This was either the most courageous thing he'd ever heard or the most elaborate trap, and the terrifying part was that his instincts said it was genuine. Narcissa Malfoy was many things: cold, calculating, complicit in years of dark wizard supremacy, but her love for Draco was the one thing about her that was unimpeachable. Everyone who knew her said the same thing: she would burn the world for her son. "I can't answer you today," Harry said. "I need to verify the intelligence. I need to think about the implications. And I need to know that Draco is willing. I won't shelter someone who's going to fight me from inside my own house. Draco knows about your parentage. I told him yesterday." "How did he take it?" For the first time, a crack of genuine emotion showed through Narcissa's composure. "It looked like exhaustion. He broke a mirror. He called you several names. He locked himself in his room for 6 hours and refused to eat." She paused. "Then he came downstairs and asked me if it was true, and I said yes, and he sat on the kitchen floor and didn't speak for a very long time." Harry knew that feeling. The floor, the silence, the world rearranging itself around a truth you weren't prepared for. "He'll come around," Narcissa said. "He's a black. We adapt. So I'm told." They regarded each other across the table. Two people who should have been enemies, the Dark Lord's sister-in-law and the boy prophesied to destroy him, connected by blood and circumstance and the desperate mathematics of war. "I'll send word within the week," Harry said. He stood, and after a moment's deliberation, he picked up the parchment she'd placed on the table and put it in his robes. "If the intelligence checks out, we talk again." Narcissa nodded. She didn't thank him, that would have implied weakness, but something in her eyes shifted, and Harry saw the fracture in the porcelain seal itself, just barely, as if a single unbearable weight had been lifted by a fraction of an inch. "Harry," she said as he turned to leave. He looked back. "Regulus would have been proud of you. He would have hated that you were in this position, but he would have been proud of how you're handling it." Harry's throat tightened. "You knew him well. Better than anyone except your mother and that wretched elf." A pause that trembled at its edges. "He used to play the piano when he thought no one was listening. Chopin, mostly. He wasn't very good. But he played with such feeling that it didn't matter." She looked away, and Harry saw that the porcelain had cracked again, and this time she didn't bother to repair it. He left her there with her cold tea and her grief and her desperate love for a son who was running out of time. Draco Malfoy arrived at Grimmauld Place uninvited 2 days later. Harry was in the library, neck-deep in a section of the grimoire that dealt with defensive ward construction, when Creature appeared with a crack that sent a stack of notes fluttering to the floor. "Young master," Creature said, and his voice held an unusual tension, "there is a Malfoy at the door." Harry set down his quill. "Which Malfoy?" "The young one. He is agitated." That was an understatement. When Harry reached the front hall, Draco was standing on the doorstep looking like someone had detonated an irrumpent horn inside his worldview. His robes were rumpled. Draco Malfoy in rumpled robes was roughly as alarming as finding a dragon in a bathtub, and his white blonde hair was uncombed, and his grey eyes were red-rimmed in a way that he was clearly furious about. He looked at Harry. Harry looked at him. "Cousin," Draco said, and the word came out like he was spitting a bad taste from his mouth. "Draco. Are you going to invite me in, or are we going to do this on the doorstep?" Harry stepped aside. Draco entered Grimmauld Place and immediately looked around with the instinctive appraisal of someone raised in luxury, cataloguing the dark wood, the tarnished silver, the faded grandeur of a house that had been impressive once and was slowly remembering how. "It's a dump," Draco said. "It's your ancestral home. You're welcome." Draco's jaw worked. He followed Harry into the drawing room in silence, and when Harry gestured to a chair, he didn't sit. He paced back and forth across the worn carpet, his hands opening and closing at his sides, his breathing controlled but audible. Harry waited. He'd learned, from Dumbledore, ironically, that silence was often more powerful than speech. My mother says you're Regulus' black son, Draco said finally. He stopped pacing and faced Harry. She says the goblins confirmed it. She says my father doesn't know, and the Dark Lord doesn't know, and my lunatic aunt doesn't know, but it's true. It's true. So everything, Draco's voice cracked. He caught it, forced it back to level. Everything. My whole life. My father telling me Potter was nothing, a half-blood nobody, beneath our family, beneath our notice. And the whole time, the whole bloody time, you were a black. You were more black than I am. You're the direct heir. The main line. I didn't know either, Draco. That's worse. Draco exploded. The outburst seemed to surprise him as much as Harry. He reeled it in, but it left marks, his composure was crumbling, and underneath it was something raw and young and lost. That's worse, because at least if you'd known, it would have been a choice. You could have chosen to hide it, chosen to play the part. But you didn't know. Nobody told you. The great Albus Dumbledore decided the truth wasn't worth sharing. My mother sat on it for 16 years, and we, you and I, spent 5 years hating each other for no reason. We had reasons, Harry said quietly. They just weren't the right ones. Draco stared at him. Something shifted in his face, the anger didn't leave, but it made room for something else. Confusion, maybe. Or recognition. You don't hate me, Draco said, and it was a statement of bewildered discovery. I don't know what I feel about you, Harry said honestly. A week ago, I would have said I didn't think about you at all. Now you're my cousin, and your mother is offering me intelligence that could save lives, and your father is in Azkaban, and Voldemort wants to use you as a punishment for Lucius's failure. So no, I don't hate you. I'm too busy trying to keep everyone alive to bother with hating anyone. Draco flinched at Voldemort's name. Then he caught himself, and Harry saw the effort it took, the deliberate decision not to show weakness. My mother wants you to protect me, Draco said. Like I'm some helpless child who needs rescuing. Your mother wants you alive. That's not the same thing. I don't need your protection, Potter. Then why are you here? The question landed, and Draco had no answer for it. He opened his mouth, closed it, and for a moment looked so lost that Harry almost felt sorry for him. Almost. I came because I needed to see it, Draco said finally. This. You. The house, the ring, all of it. I needed to see if it was real or if my mother had lost her mind. He looked at the black family crest above the mantelpiece, the same crest that appeared on Harry's robes, on his ring, on the door they'd both walked through. It's real. It's real. Then everything I was told about you, everything my father said, everything the Dark Lord implied, was built on a lie. Harry let that sit. Draco turned and walked to the door. He stopped in the frame, not looking back. I'm not going to apologize, he said. For the last 5 years. For any of it. I didn't ask you to. But Draco's voice tightened. I need to think. About what this means. About what I'm going to do. Take your time. But Draco, don't take too long. The war isn't going to wait for you to sort yourself out. Draco left. The front door closed behind him with a click that echoed through the house like a full stop at the end of a sentence that had been running for 16 years. Creature materialized beside Harry, wringing his hands. The Malfoy boy is troubled, the elf observed. The Malfoy boy is terrified. He's just not ready to admit it. Creature considered this with the grave wisdom of a creature who had seen generations of blacks struggle with the gap between who they were and who they'd been told to be. Master Regulus was also terrified, Creature said. At the end. But Master Regulus chose. Yes, Harry said. He did. The formal challenge came 3 days later. Harry was at the kitchen table with Daphne Greengrass, who had arrived that morning with her father for the promised discussion and had stayed long after Cyrus Greengrass departed, because it turned out that Daphne's mind was as sharp as advertised and Harry's questions about Wizengamot procedure had led to a 3-hour conversation about political strategy that neither of them wanted to end. "You're thinking about this wrong," Daphne said, tapping a sheaf of notes she'd brought. "You have 2 seats. That's not just twice the votes, it's twice the committee assignments, twice the procedural leverage, twice the ability to slow down or accelerate legislation. The Potter seat gives you credibility with the moderates. The black seat gives you credibility with the traditionalists. Used together, I become the swing vote. You become the fulcrum. Every close vote in the Wizengamot runs through you." Harry shook his head slowly. "I'm 16. And eligibility for hereditary seats isn't age-restricted. Technically, a lordship ring can be claimed at birth. You have the seats. You have the votes. What you don't have is a coalition. Is that what you're offering?" Daphne leaned back. She'd been sitting at the kitchen table for 3 hours and somehow still looked perfectly composed, not a hair out of place, not a wrinkle in her grey robes. Harry, by contrast, had ink on his fingers and had been running his hands through his hair in the way that made it look even more disastrous than usual. "The Greengrass family can deliver 3 allied votes," she said. "Greengrass, Davis, and, conditionally, Zabini. That gives you a block of 5. Not a majority, but enough to be a spoiler in any close division. Conditionally. Mrs. Zabini's support depends on personal advantage. She's not ideological. She's mercenary. But she can be bought, not with gold, with favors. A seat on the right committee, an appointment for a friend, that sort of thing." Harry studied Daphne. The afternoon light coming through the kitchen window caught the angles of her face and turned her eyes from blue-gray to something warmer. She was, he realized, enjoying this. Not in a frivolous way, in the way that a craftsman enjoys their craft. Politics was her art form, and she was good at it, and being good at something you loved showed. "Why are you really helping me?" he asked. She blinked. It was the first time he'd seen her look genuinely surprised. "I told you. Alliance. Protection for my family. Political, that's why your father is helping me. That's not why you're sitting at my kitchen table at 3 in the afternoon when you could be anywhere else." Color touched her cheeks, faint, barely visible, but there. Daphne Greengrass, who armored herself in composure, blushing. "Because you're interesting," she said. And then, quickly, as if annoyed at herself, "because most people with power are boring. They inherit it, they wield it stupidly, and they lose it. You walked into the Heritage Committee 6 days after learning the truth about your parentage and quoted procedural law at a man 3 times your age. That's not boring. That's..." The kitchen window shattered. Harry moved on instinct, pure combat reflex, drilled into him by a year of DA training and 5 years of near-death experiences. He grabbed Daphne's arm and pulled her sideways off her chair as a jet of red light screamed through the space where her head had been and blasted a chunk out of the far wall. They hit the floor together. Harry's wand was in his hand, the wrist holster earned its keep in the fraction of a second it saved him, and he was already casting, a shield charm spreading across the broken window like a membrane of blue-white light. "Creature!" Harry shouted. The elf appeared instantly, eyes wide, ears flat. "How many?" Creature's head swiveled, his magic reaching out through the house's wards. 2. In the back garden. They are trying to breach the wards, young master, but the wards are holding. The attack came from outside the boundary. Not Death Eaters, then, or not a serious assault. 2 attackers hitting the kitchen window was harassment, not invasion. A message. Harry peered over the windowsill. 2 figures in dark robes, faces hidden, were standing in the narrow garden behind number 12. One was firing curses at the ward boundary, which rippled with each impact like the surface of a pond. The other was simply standing there, watching the house, arms folded. Watching. Stay here, Harry told Daphne. Not a chance. He looked at her. She'd drawn her own wand, Harry hadn't even seen her reach for it, and her face had shifted from the composed political strategist to something harder and more immediate. Her eyes were sharp. Her grip was steady. Fine. Cover me. He cast a disillusionment charm on himself. The shimmer wasn't perfect, but it would buy a second of confusion, and went through the back door at a sprint. The ward boundary shimmered as he passed through it, the house's magic recognizing him and letting him out. The attacker who'd been firing curses turned. Harry was already moving. He dropped into a slide on the wet grass, the fired stunner passing over his head, and came up with his wand slashing in a tight arc, Expelliarmus. The disarming charm hit the attacker in the wrist. The wand went spinning. Harry followed up with a binding curse that wrapped the man in conjured ropes before he could react. The second figure, the Watcher, uncrossed their arms and drew. Fast. Whoever this was, they were fast, and trained. The curse that came at Harry was a sickly purple, not a stunner, something nastier, and he barely got his shield up in time. The impact drove him back 2 steps and cracked the shield, and the second curse was already coming. A jet of silver light streaked past Harry from behind and caught the attacker in the shoulder. The figure stumbled. Daphne stood in the back doorway, wand extended, and fired again, a precise, clipped spell that Harry didn't recognize, something that made the air around the attacker's leg solidify into crystalline shards. The attacker went down. Harry advanced, wand trained on the fallen figure. He reached down and pulled back the hood. Theodore Nott stared up at him with an expression of frustrated fury. Harry looked at the first attacker, the one wrapped in ropes. He pulled back that hood too. A man he didn't recognize, older, heavy-jawed, with the dull eyes of someone following orders without particularly caring about their content. Hired muscle. But Theodore Nott was not hired muscle. Theodore Nott was 16 years old and had just attacked the Lord Black's residence. Interesting strategy, Harry said. Theodore said nothing. He glared. Your father sent you, Harry said. It wasn't a question. Still nothing. But the flicker in Theodore's eyes was confirmation enough. Daphne came up beside Harry, her wand still drawn. She looked down at Theodore with an expression that was clinically contemptuous. Nott, she said. This is beneath even you. Shut up, Greengrass. The articulate rebuttal I've come to expect. She looked at Harry. This is intimidation. Nott Sr. can't challenge your claim legally, you proved that at the hearing. So he's trying to provoke you into a response that makes you look unstable or aggressive. Harry nodded slowly. He was thinking. There's another option, he said. He's not trying to provoke me. He's testing the wards. Seeing how fast I respond, what kind of magic I use, whether I'm alone. Daphne's eyes widened slightly. Reconnaissance for a magical contest. A what? Magical contest. It's, bloody hell, I should have warned you about this. It's an ancient rite. If a lord's claim is confirmed but another lord believes the claimant is unfit, they can issue a formal challenge. A duel. Sanctioned by the Wisengamot, overseen by the Heritage Committee. If Nott Sr. wins, your claim is voided and the seat goes into abeyance. Harry looked down at Theodore. Is that what's coming? Theodore met his eyes. Beneath the anger, there was something else, not quite reluctance, but a complicated awareness. My father does what he believes is necessary. It's not personal, Black. It's a little personal. Maybe. Theodore looked away. Let me up. Harry considered it. Then he vanished the ropes and stepped back, keeping his wand level. Theodore got to his feet, brushed off his robes with exaggerated dignity, and collected his wand. Tell your father I'll be ready, Harry said. Theodore gave him a look that was hard to read, part warning, part something that might have been respect, and disapparated with a crack. The hired muscle followed a moment later, stumbling. Harry and Daphne stood in the garden in the fading light. The ward boundary shimmered around them, the house's magic settling back into dormancy. "A duel," Harry said. "A formal duel. Sanctioned. Legal. In front of the Wisengamot. Against Thaddeus Nott Sr. Who is, what, 50? 60. Trained duelist. Former Death Eater, suspected but never convicted. He fought in the First War. He's not flashy, but he's methodical and he doesn't fight fair within the rules. How long do I have? If he files the challenge tomorrow, the Wisengamot will schedule it within a week. Standard protocol." Harry absorbed this. A week to prepare for a formal duel against a seasoned combatant decades his senior. The stakes, the Black family seat, and by extension, his legitimacy, his political power, and any chance of building the coalition he needed. "Then I'd better practice," he said. "With what?" "Hogwarts spellwork. He'll eat you alive." Harry looked at his ring. "The star in the serpent's eye flickered, faint but steady." "Not Hogwarts spellwork," he said. "Something older." The challenge arrived the next morning, delivered by Ministry Owl and written in language so formal it practically wore a cravat. "Lord Thaddeus Nott, of the ancient House of Nott, hereby invokes the right of magical contest against Lord Hadrian Black, of the most ancient and noble House of Black, pursuant to Section 19 of the Wisengamot Charter of Rights." It went on for 2 pages. The essence was simple: Nott believed Harry was unfit. The duel would prove it one way or the other. Sanctioned by the Heritage Committee. Overseen by the Chief Warlock. No unforgivables, but damn near everything else was permitted. In 6 days. Harry spent those 6 days in a state of focused intensity that alarmed everyone around him. He trained in the morning, physical conditioning, reflexes, the combat fundamentals he'd learned from the DA and from 5 years of staying alive. He studied the grimoire in the afternoon, digging deeper into the stellar magic, trying to coax the instinctive flash he'd felt at the Heritage Committee hearing into something deliberate and controlled. Daphne came every day. She didn't help with the magical training, that was beyond her expertise, and she said so without embarrassment, but she drilled him on formal dueling protocol, rules of engagement, and the specific tactics Nott Sr. was known to employ. "He faints," she told Harry on the 3rd day. Watching him practice shield charms against target's creature was firing at him from the far end of the drawing room. "He'll open with something dramatic to force a big response, then punish you when your shield is overextended. So I don't overextend." Easier said. "He's also fond of environmental manipulation, conjuring obstacles, changing the floor surface, creating smoke screens. He won't come at you head-on if he can help it." Harry dodged a stinging hex, rolled, and came up firing. The targeting dummy, a suit of armor creature had repurposed, shattered. Creature immediately set about repairing it, grumbling happily. "And if I use the constellation magic?" Harry asked. "Then you'd better make sure it works, because if you try something dramatic and it fizzles, you'll look like a fool in front of the entire Wisengamot." Fair point. The grimoire was frustratingly vague on practical application. It described the theory in exhaustive detail: stellar resonance frequencies, celestial alignment mathematics, the geometric patterns that channeled stellar energy into usable spellwork, but the actual spells were more art than science, more instinct than instruction. The Black family's magic was deeply personal, tied to blood and identity in ways that couldn't be reduced to wand movements and incantations. Harry practiced anyway. Every night, alone in the library, he reached for the connection to Regulus, the star, not the man, and tried to shape what he felt into something he could use. On the 4th night, something clicked. He was standing in the center of the library with his wand raised, eyes closed, breathing slowly. The grimoire was open on its pedestal, but he wasn't reading it. He'd internalized the geometric pattern for a basic stellar shield, a defensive construct that drew its power from the star's light rather than the caster's core. In theory, it was stronger than a standard Protego. In practice, no one had cast one in 50 years. Harry reached. Not outward, not upward, inward, to the place where the ring's warmth lived, the place where the connection to his bloodline hummed like a plucked string. He found it, took hold of it, and pulled. The shield materialized around him like a cage of light. It was beautiful. Geometric, precise, composed of interlocking shapes that corresponded to the angular relationships between stars in the constellation Regulus, the small grouping of stars that formed the heart of Leo. The light was blue-white, cold and clean, and it hummed with a frequency that Harry felt in his teeth. He held it for 3 seconds. Then 5. Then 10. Then his concentration broke, and the shield shattered into sparks that drifted to the floor like dying fireflies. Harry's knees buckled. He caught himself on the desk, breathing hard. The effort had been immense, like running a sprint while solving complex arithmetic, but it had worked. For 10 seconds, it had worked. "Beautiful," said a voice from the doorway. Daphne was standing there, silhouetted against the hallway light. She'd stayed late again. They both kept losing track of time, a phenomenon Harry hadn't examined too closely. "I thought you'd gone home," he said. "I was about to. Then I felt something, a pulse in the wards, like the house itself was responding to whatever you were doing. I came to check." She stepped into the library, her eyes on the fading sparks. That was stellar magic. The basic shield. First time I've held it for more than a few seconds. It looked stable. It felt stable. For about 10 seconds. Then it felt like my brain was being squeezed through a keyhole. Daphne's lips twitched. Not quite a smile, she was stingy with those, but close. 10 seconds might be enough. If you time it right. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead. Is that your professional political opinion? It's my observation that the most effective weapons aren't the ones you use all the time. They're the ones you use once, at the perfect moment. She held his gaze for a beat longer than necessary, then turned and left. Harry stared at the doorway for several seconds after she'd gone, feeling something warm and inconvenient stir in his chest alongside the stellar resonance. He shoved it aside. He had a duel to prepare for. The Ministry's formal dueling chamber was in the sublevels, a circular arena carved from living rock, with tiered seating rising around it like a Roman amphitheater. The floor was smooth stone, enchanted to repair itself between bouts. The walls were covered in the same runic script that lined the Heritage Committee's hearing room. The gallery was packed. Word had spread. The new Lord Black, the boy who lived, the secret son of Regulus Black, was dueling for his seat against a man old enough to be his father. It was the most exciting thing to happen in the Gringotts since the last time Harry had been at the center of a spectacle, which was basically his entire life. Harry entered the arena from the east door. He wore the Black family's formal robes, Regulus's robes, tailored to fit, silver embroidery catching the light. The ring burned on his hand. His wand was in his grip, and his heartbeat was steady because he'd spent the morning doing breathing exercises that Daphne had taught him and that he'd initially thought were ridiculous and now grudgingly admitted were effective. Nott Sr. entered from the west door. The man moved like a fighter. Smooth, balanced, weight-centered. He wore dueling robes of dark green, lighter than formal wear, designed for mobility, and he carried a wand of pale wood that Harry couldn't identify. His expression was calm, focused, and completely without mercy. This was not a man who intended to lose. Ogden stood on a raised platform between the gallery sections, serving as arbiter. This is a formal magical contest, sanctioned under Section 19 of the Gringotts Charter. The contest will determine the fitness of Lord Hadrian Black to hold the hereditary seat of the most ancient and noble House of Black. Victory is achieved by disarming, incapacitating, or forcing the submission of the opponent. Unforgivable curses are prohibited. All other magic is permitted. He looked at both of them. Combatants, take your positions. Harry walked to his mark, a silver circle inscribed on the floor at one end of the arena. Nott walked to his, 20 paces away. In the gallery, Harry could see Daphne sitting beside her father, her face unreadable. Tonks was 3 rows back, gripping the arms of her chair. Dumbledore was present. Harry spotted the purple robes and silver beard in the upper tier, watching with an expression that mixed concern with something that might have been curiosity. Theodore Nott sat behind his father's mark, rigid with tension. "Salute," Ogden said. Harry raised his wand. Nott raised his. The gesture was crisp, formal, and mutually insincere. "Begin." Nott struck first. He was fast, faster than Harry expected. The opening curse was a blasting hex, powerful and direct, aimed center mass. Exactly the kind of dramatic opening Daphne had warned about. Harry didn't shield. He sidestepped, letting the hex pass his shoulder by inches, and fired back, not a stunner but a tripping jinx aimed at Nott's leading foot. Keep it simple. Keep it fast. Make him react. Nott deflected with a flick and immediately cast 3 spells in rapid succession, the wand movements flowing into each other with the seamless efficiency of a man who'd been dueling since before Harry was born. A bone breaker, a stunner, and something Harry didn't recognize that made the air shimmer like heat haze. Harry shielded the first 2 and dodged the third, and whatever the unknown spell was, it hit the wall behind him and turned the stone to sand. He filed that away under avoid. The duel settled into a rhythm. Nott was testing him, probing his defenses, measuring his reaction time, looking for patterns to exploit. Harry recognized the strategy because it was exactly what Daphne had predicted. Methodical. Patient. Nott was in no hurry. He had decades of experience, and every exchange of spells fed him information. Harry needed to break the pattern. He went aggressive. 3 rapid-fire offensive spells, Reducto, Bombarda, Impedimenta, each aimed at a different angle, forcing Nott to pivot. Then Harry did something Nott didn't expect, he conjured. A flock of ravens burst from his wand, dense and dark and screaming, and they swarmed Nott's position in a cloud of feathers and chaos. The birds weren't dangerous. They were a distraction. And while Nott was blasting them apart, Harry dropped to one knee and slammed his hand against the stone floor. He'd found this spell in the grimoire 2 days ago. It wasn't stellar magic, it was standard Black family battle magic, designed for close-quarters combat. The stone rippled outward from his palm like water, the floor buckling in a wave that raced toward Nott and knocked his feet from under him. Nott went down. He rolled and came up casting, a shield charm so powerful it was visible as a shimmering wall of blue, and Harry's follow-up stunner bounced off it and hit the ceiling. But Harry had closed the distance. He was 10 feet from Nott now, inside the comfortable range for exchange, and he could see the first flicker of recalculation in the man's eyes. The boy was faster than expected. More creative. More willing to improvise. Nott changed tactics. His wand carved an arc through the air, and the stone floor between them erupted, pillars of rock shooting upward, creating a forest of cover that broke Harry's line of sight. Harry heard Nott moving behind the pillars, circling, and he felt the air pressure drop as Nott began conjuring smoke, thick, gray, opaque. Environmental manipulation. Just as Daphne warned. Harry's visibility dropped to 0. He was blind, surrounded by stone pillars, with a seasoned duelist hunting him in smoke he couldn't see through. All right, Harry thought. Time to stop playing his game. He closed his eyes. Not because closing them helped, they were useless anyway, but because what he needed wasn't sight. It was resonance. He reached inward, to the warmth of the ring, to the connection he'd spent 6 nights building. He found the thread that linked him to the star Regulus and pulled. The stellar shield materialized around him. He didn't try to hold it. He didn't need 10 seconds of perfect defense. He needed 1 second of perfect offense. The shield blazed blue-white, and the light it cast tore through the smoke like a searchlight, illuminating the entire arena in cold, stellar brilliance. The smoke evaporated. The shadows vanished. And for one crystalline moment, Nott was visible, 12 feet away, behind a pillar, wand raised, caught in mid-cast with an expression of genuine shock on his face. Harry dropped the shield and poured every scrap of that stellar energy into a single spell. Not a stunner. Not a hex. A disarming charm, the simplest spell, the first spell, the spell Harry had been casting since second year, but channeled through the resonance of a blue-white giant star 80 light-years away and delivered with the full authority of the Lord of the most ancient and noble House of Black. The charm hit Nott like a physical blow. His wand didn't just leave his hand, it rocketed across the arena and embedded itself in the far wall. Nott himself was lifted off his feet and thrown backward, sliding across the stone floor until he hit the base of the gallery with enough force to crack the stone behind him. Silence. Absolute, ringing silence. Nott lay on his back, staring at the ceiling. He was conscious. He was breathing. But his wand was 30 feet away and stuck in a wall, and the fight was over, and everyone in the room knew it. Harry stood in the center of the arena, breathing hard, his wand still raised. The afterimage of the stellar magic flickered in his eyes, points of light that faded slowly, like the ghost of a constellation imprinted on his retina. The silence stretched for 3 seconds. 5. 7. Then Marchbanks, in the upper gallery, began to clap. It spread, not universally, not enthusiastically, but enough. Applause rippled through the crowd in waves, mixed with murmurs and sharp whispers and the rustle of people turning to each other to ask what was that, what did he do, did you see the light? Ogden's voice cut through it. Lord Nott is disarmed. The contest is concluded. The victory goes to Lord Black. Harry lowered his wand. His legs were shaking, the stellar magic had cost him more than he wanted anyone to see, but he locked his knees and stood straight. Nott got to his feet slowly. He was pale, and there was blood on his lip where he'd bitten it when he hit the wall. He looked at Harry across the arena with an expression that had passed through fury and settled into something colder, assessment. That wasn't Hogwarts magic, Nott said. No, Harry agreed. It wasn't. Nott held his gaze for a long moment. Then he inclined his head, not a bow, not an acknowledgement of superiority, but the grudging recognition of one combatant for another. The black seat is yours, Nott said. For now. He turned and walked out. Theodore followed his father, but at the doorway, he paused and looked back at Harry. His expression was complex, anger and curiosity and something that looked almost like reluctant interest, the expression of someone watching a game become more interesting than they'd expected. Then he was gone. Harry left the arena through the east door, walked around 2 corners into an empty corridor, and leaned against the wall while his legs gave out. He slid to the floor and sat there, breathing, staring at the ceiling. 30 seconds later, Daphne appeared at the end of the corridor. She walked toward him, her heels clicking on the stone, and stopped 2 feet away, looking down at him with an expression that was struggling mightily to maintain its usual composure and failing. You're sitting on the floor, she observed. I'm resting. You just won a formal magical contest against a man 3 times your age using magic that hasn't been seen in public in 50 years. And you're sitting on the floor. It seemed like the right thing to do. She looked at him for another moment. Then she sat down beside him, back against the wall, her immaculate grey robes pressing against the dusty stone, and said, You're an idiot. Probably. That stellar shield, you held it for 1 second. 1. If you'd needed 2, you would have collapsed. I know. And the disarming charm. You channeled all of it through 1 spell. If it hadn't worked, but it did. She turned to look at him. They were shoulder to shoulder, sitting on the floor of a ministry corridor, and her eyes were doing something complicated that her face was trying to prevent. Yes, she said. It did. They sat in silence for a while. Eventually, Harry felt steady enough to stand. He offered Daphne his hand. She took it, and he pulled her up, and their hands stayed connected for half a second longer than necessary before she let go and smoothed her robes and became Daphne Greengrass again, composed and controlled and armored. But her cheeks were pink. "Come to Grimmauld Place tomorrow," Harry said. "I want to talk about building that coalition." "Just the coalition? What else would we talk about?" She gave him a look that said she knew exactly what else they might talk about and was not going to be the one to bring it up. "Tomorrow," she said. 10 o'clock. Don't be late. It's my house. Then you have no excuse." She walked away. Her heels echoed in the corridor, sharp and precise and completely failing to disguise the fact that her pace was slightly faster than usual. Harry watched her go. Then he went home. The lord of the most ancient and noble house of Black walked through the front door of Grimmauld Place, and the house welcomed him with warmth and light and the sound of Creature already preparing dinner. In the tapestry room, his name glowed golden. In the walls, the whispers murmured, satisfied. And somewhere far above London, beyond the clouds and the atmosphere and the empty gulf of space, the star Regulus burned, the lion's heart, the brightest star in Leo, sending its light on a journey that had begun 80 years ago and would arrive, eventually, as a faint blue gleam in the eyes of a boy who was just beginning to understand what he was. Chapter 3, The Defector's Shadow. The journal was written in a dead man's hand. Harry had been working on it for 2 weeks now, sitting at the desk in Regulus's old bedroom on the 3rd floor of Grimmauld Place, the small leather-bound book open before him, deciphering the cipher one painstaking page at a time. Regulus had been careful. Not just careful, paranoid, in the intelligent, methodical way of someone who knew exactly what would happen if the wrong person read his notes. The journal was written in a rotating cipher keyed to the Black family's blood. The first time Harry had opened it, the pages had appeared blank. The second time, after he'd pressed his thumb to the cover and felt the familiar warmth of blood recognition, the text had appeared, but scrambled, rearranged, the words present but the order wrong. It had taken him 3 days to realize the cipher rotated based on the phase of the moon. After that, the journal had opened itself to him in pieces, like a flower that only bloomed when the conditions were precisely right. Each night, a few more pages became legible. Each morning, he transcribed what he decoded into a separate notebook in plain English, building a picture of his father's final months one fragment at a time. Regulus Black had been 18 years old when he died, and the journal made that horribly, achingly clear. The handwriting was precise, always controlled, but the content was the work of a teenager in over his head, trying to be brave while drowning in fear, documenting his discoveries with the systematic rigor of someone who knew they might not survive long enough to act on them. The Horcruxes dominated the journal's later entries. Regulus had worked out their nature through observation and research, not revelation. He'd noticed things, the way Voldemort spoke about death with peculiar confidence, the way certain objects in his possession radiated a wrongness that Regulus could feel in his blood. Black family sensitivity to dark magic, the journal noted. A gift and a curse. He'd researched soul magic in the Hogwarts library and in the Black family's own collection. He'd pieced together the theory of Horcruxes from fragments scattered across a dozen texts, and then he'd gone looking for proof. He'd found it. The locket was the one he'd confirmed directly, Slytherin's locket, hidden in the cave, the one he'd died to retrieve. But the journal went further. In meticulous, careful prose, Regulus had laid out his suspicions about others. The diary, one entry read. He gave it to Lucius Malfoy. I don't know what it is, a book, I think, something he wrote in as a student. Lucius treats it like a relic, keeps it locked away. But I've felt it. When I was at the manor for the gathering in March. It pulses. Same wrongness as the locket. Another entry, 2 pages later, the cup. Hufflepuff's cup. He gave it to Bella for safekeeping. She was giddy about it, the Dark Lord's most precious treasure, entrusted to me. She doesn't know what it is. She thinks it's an honor. It's a bomb. He's distributing pieces of his soul like insurance policies. And then, near the end, in handwriting that was slightly less steady, "I think there are more." The ring, he spoke of the Gaunts, his mother's family, with something approaching sentimentality. If he hid a piece of himself anywhere connected to his origins, it would be there. And Hogwarts. He was obsessed with Hogwarts. The Founder's relics. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, there may be something from Ravenclaw as well. I don't know what. I'm running out of time to find out. The final entry was dated 3 days before Regulus's death. I am going to the cave tomorrow. Creature will come with me. I have the false locket ready, it won't fool him forever, but it doesn't need to. It just needs to buy time. If I survive, I will continue the hunt. I will find the others and destroy them all, and the Dark Lord will die as he should have died long ago, as a mortal man, alone and afraid. If I don't survive, then I have left enough here for someone else to finish the work. My child, perhaps. Or Dumbledore, if he can be trusted, which is a question I have never been able to answer. I am terrified. I have been terrified for months. But I keep thinking about what Lily told me the last time I saw her, that courage isn't the absence of fear, it's the decision that something else matters more. Something else matters more. Harry closed the journal. His hands were steady, but something behind his ribs was not. He sat in Regulus's room, his father's room, the room where a boy not much older than Harry had lived and studied, and slowly realized that the cause he'd pledged himself to was monstrous. The walls were papered in green and silver, faded now. A Slytherin banner still hung above the bed. The bookshelves were full of texts on dark magic, astronomy, and, incongruously, a small collection of Muggle poetry that Regulus must have hidden from his mother. Keats. Shelley. Byron. The Romantics. Boys who burned bright and died young. Harry picked up his transcription notebook and went downstairs. Daphne was in the kitchen. She'd taken to arriving early, before the agreed-upon time, and Harry had taken to not mentioning it. This morning she was reading the Daily Prophet with an expression of barely contained contempt, which was her usual relationship with the newspaper. "They're calling you the Star Lord," she said without looking up. "They're not." She turned the paper around. The headline read, "Star Lord Black, Teen Heir Stuns Wizengamot with Ancient Magic." Below it, a moving photograph of Harry in the dueling arena, the stellar shield blazing around him. Harry stared at it. "I'm going to kill whoever came up with that. It's Rita Skeeter. She's actually being complimentary for once. Enjoy it while it lasts." Daphne set the paper aside and noticed the journal in his hand. "Progress? Finished decoding it last night." Harry sat down across from her and pushed the transcription notebook across the table. "Read it." Daphne read. Her face didn't change, she had extraordinary control over her expressions, but Harry had learned to watch her eyes, and her eyes went wide 3 times, once at the word Horcrux, once at the list of suspected objects, and once at the final entry. She closed the notebook slowly. "Your father was 18 when he worked this out." "Yes. And Dumbledore, the greatest wizard alive, has been trying to piece together the same information for how long?" "Years, from what I can tell." Daphne sat with that for a moment. Then she said, with the particular emphasis she used when she wanted Harry to pay attention, "You need to bring this to Dumbledore." "I know. But you're not going to give him all of it." Harry met her eyes. She knew him better than she had any right to, after only a few weeks. "I'm going to give him enough to work with. Not enough to work without me." "Because you don't trust him." "Because every time I've trusted him completely, I've ended up with less information than I started with, and someone I love ends up dead." The words came out harder than he intended. Daphne didn't flinch. "Then we negotiate," she said. "You have something he wants. He has something you need. Make it a trade, not a gift." Harry nodded. This was why he valued her, not just the political knowledge, not just the sharp mind, but the willingness to meet him where he was instead of where she thought he should be. There's something else, he said. The journal mentions something Regulus called the old duty. A black family responsibility that's been abandoned or forgotten. He references it twice but doesn't explain it. And last night, when I was reading the final entries, the tapestry room, he hesitated. This was the part that was harder to articulate. The whispers got louder. Daphne's composure flickered. The whispers you mentioned before. The ones in the walls. They're not in the walls. They're somewhere deeper. Below the house, or beyond it, I can't tell. But they respond when I use the black family magic. Every time I access the stellar resonance, they get louder. Last night, I could almost make out words. What words? Something about a door. About keeping it closed. He ran a hand through his hair. I sound insane. You sound like someone who's inherited magical responsibilities he wasn't prepared for, which is exactly what happened. She tapped the notebook. This old duty, it might be connected. If the black family has some ancestral obligation tied to their bloodline magic, and that obligation has been neglected for decades, it would make sense for it to start calling. Now that there's someone capable of answering. Harry hadn't thought of it that way. You think the house is trying to tell me something? I think you need more information. The grimoire might have answers. Or creature, he's been with this family for generations. And there's the Black Island. Stellaheim. It was in the estate documents. No one's visited it in 40 years. One thing at a time, Harry said. First, Dumbledore. Then the cave. The cave? Where Regulus died. Where the locket was hidden. Creature was there, he can take us back. If Regulus left anything behind, anything Creature didn't see, I need to find it. Daphne's expression shifted. Not fear, something more measured. Calculation of risk against reward. When you say, us. I mean you, if you want to come. And Creature. No one else. Why not Dumbledore? Or the Order? Because the cave is keyed to black family magic, and I don't know what's there, and I'm not going to hand another secret to someone who might decide I don't need to know about it. She studied him for a long moment. Then she stood, pulled her traveling cloak from the back of her chair, and said, "Let me get my boots." The meeting with Dumbledore took place that afternoon, in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Harry arrived by flu, stepping out of the fireplace into the circular room that still bore faint scorch marks from his rampage a month ago. The instruments on their spindly tables had been repaired. Fawkes sat on his perch, looking smug in the way phoenixes always did. And Dumbledore sat behind his desk, wearing robes of midnight blue, looking at Harry with an expression that had become noticeably more careful since their last conversation. Good. Careful was an improvement over dismissive. Harry, Dumbledore said. Thank you for coming. I confess I was surprised by your message. I said I wanted a partnership, Harry said, sitting in the chair across from the desk. Partnerships require meetings. Indeed they do. Dumbledore folded his hands. I understand congratulations are in order. Your performance in the magical contest was, by all accounts, remarkable. It was necessary. There's a difference. Dumbledore inclined his head. The twinkle was present but restrained, like a candle flame behind frosted glass. Harry pulled the transcription notebook from his robes and placed it on the desk. Regulus's journal. Decoded. It contains detailed information about Voldemort's Horcruxes, what they are, where they might be, and how many Regulus suspected existed. Dumbledore's eyes dropped to the notebook. His hand moved toward it, then stopped. He looked at Harry. You said partnership, Dumbledore said quietly. I assume that means conditions. One condition. You tell me everything you know. Everything. Not edited, not age-appropriate, not parceled out in lessons designed to lead me to the conclusions you've already drawn. The full picture. In exchange, I share the full journal and we work together to find and destroy the remaining Horcruxes. And if there are things I know that you might find difficult, then I'll deal with them. I've been dealing with difficult things since I was 11. I think I've earned the right to at least know what they are. The silence that followed was the silence of a man reconsidering a strategy that had guided his actions for 16 years. Harry watched Dumbledore's face and saw the calculation, the weighing of risks, the assessment of this new, harder, more controlled version of Harry against the boy Dumbledore had been managing since a letter was delivered by Owl to a cupboard under the stairs. "Very well," Dumbledore said. He reached for the notebook, opened it, and began to read. Harry sat and waited while the most powerful wizard in Britain absorbed, in 20 minutes, what had taken Regulus months to compile and Harry weeks to decode. When Dumbledore finished, he closed the notebook and sat very still for a long time. "Remarkable," he said. Regulus identified 4 of the 6 Horcruxes with nothing but observation and research. I have spent years and nearly lost my hand to confirm the same information. He raised his right hand, the blackened, withered fingers that Harry had heard about but not seen up close. The skin was charred, dead, the damage clearly magical and clearly permanent. "The ring," Harry said. "Marvolo Gaunt's ring. I found it this summer, in the ruins of the Gaunt family home. It was indeed a Horcrux, and it was protected by a curse of exceptional malice. I destroyed the Horcrux, but the curse." He flexed the dead fingers. "The curse is patient. Severus has slowed its progression, but it cannot be stopped." Harry looked at the hand. At the blackened skin creeping past the wrist. At the implication of what "cannot be stopped" meant. He filed it. Not away, front and center, in the part of his mind that tracked threats and timelines. But he didn't react visibly, because Dumbledore was watching for his reaction, and Harry was learning that controlling his responses was its own form of power. "What else do you know?" Harry asked. Dumbledore spoke for an hour. The diary, destroyed in Harry's second year, though neither of them had known it was a Horcrux at the time. The ring, destroyed this summer. The locket, Regulus had swapped it, and its current location was unknown. Harry knew this from Creature, but he let Dumbledore talk. The cup, in the Lestrange vault, which Narcissa had already confirmed. The unknown Ravenclaw relic, Dumbledore suspected the diadem, lost for centuries. And one more. "I believe," Dumbledore said, and his voice was measured in a way that suggested he was choosing every word with surgical care, "that Voldemort intended to make 6 Horcruxes, for a 7-part soul. The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, and one other. I believe he used the murder of a significant victim to create each one, and I believe the 6th Horcrux may be his snake, Nagini." "That's 5 objects and a snake," Harry said. "Where does that leave us?" "If we have destroyed 2, the diary and the ring, and we can locate and destroy the remaining 4, then Voldemort becomes mortal. Vulnerable. Killable." Harry nodded slowly. The mathematics of murder, reduced to a checklist. Find the objects. Destroy them. Kill the man. Simple, in theory. In practice, each step was a potential death sentence. "The locket," Harry said. "I know where it is." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "Creature has it. Regulus ordered him to destroy it, but he couldn't. House elf magic isn't sufficient to destroy a Horcrux, and Creature spent years trying and failing. It's at Grimmauld Place." A complex series of emotions crossed Dumbledore's face. Relief, surprise, and something that looked like chagrin, the realization that the answer to one of his longest-running questions had been sitting in the headquarters of his own organization for 2 years. "The cup is in the Lestrange vault," Harry continued. "I have intelligence confirming that. The diadem, I don't know, but if it's connected to Hogwarts, we should search the castle. Nagini is with Voldemort, which makes her the most dangerous target. But that leaves a question." He paused, watching Dumbledore's face. Regulus suspected there might be more than 6. He wrote that Voldemort was obsessed with Hogwarts and with the Founder's relics. If the locket, cup, and diadem are 3 of the 4 Founders represented, where's the Gryffindor piece? I do not believe Voldemort obtained a relic of Gryffindor, Dumbledore said. The only known relic, the Sword of Gryffindor, has been in this office for centuries. But your question touches on a concern I have harbored for some time. He paused. The office was very quiet. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. What concern? Harry asked. Whether Voldemort made a Horcrux he did not intend to make. The words hung in the air. Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach, not understanding yet, but the premonition of understanding, the sense that he was about to hear something that would change the shape of everything. What do you mean? Dumbledore looked at him with an expression Harry had never seen before. It was grief. Pure, undisguised, and absolutely devastating on a face that usually hid everything behind twinkling benevolence. I am not yet certain, Dumbledore said. And I promised you I would not burden you with speculation. When I am certain, I will tell you. You have my word. Harry held his gaze. The cold thing in his stomach told him to push, to demand, to peel back this last layer right now. But something in Dumbledore's expression, the grief, the weight of it, told him that the old man was, for once, not hiding the truth out of manipulation but out of mercy. Soon, Harry said. Soon, Dumbledore agreed. Harry stood. I'm going to the cave. Where Regulus died. Tomorrow. I would advise against, I'm not asking for advice. I'm informing you, because that's what partners do. He picked up the transcription notebook and tucked it back in his robes. I'll share what I find when I return. Dumbledore watched him walk to the fireplace. Harry. He turned. Regulus's journal mentions a method for destroying Horcruxes. A black family method, involving death magic, channeling energy from the boundary between life and death. Dumbledore's voice was careful. I would urge you to consider carefully before pursuing that path. There are other methods, the Sword of Gryffindor, which is imbued with basilisk venom, or fiendfire, which is uncontrollable and has killed more casters than targets. I know. Harry met his eyes. The Black Family method is faster, Professor. More precise. And we're running out of time. It is also deeply dark magic, by any conventional definition. So is a killing curse. Aurors are authorized to use those. The comparison is exact. It's a tool. The morality is in the hand that wields it. Dumbledore's expression was complicated, disappointment layered with recognition layered with something that might have been reluctant admiration. You sound like someone I once knew, he said quietly. Someone who believed that the pursuit of power for good ends justified the means. Grindelwald. A flinch. Barely visible, but Harry was watching for it. I'm not Grindelwald, Professor. I'm not pursuing power. I'm pursuing survival. There's a difference. He grabbed a handful of flow powder. I'll be in touch. He threw the powder and was gone before Dumbledore could respond. The cave was on the coast of Cornwall, hidden in a cliff face above a black shingle beach where the Atlantic hammered the rocks with mechanical fury. Harry, Daphne, and Creature arrived at dawn, operating to the nearest accessible point, a headland half a mile from the cave's entrance, and making their way down the cliff on foot. The path was treacherous, the rocks slick with spray, and the wind came off the sea with a force that seemed personal. Creature led the way. The old elf moved with surprising surety on the wet rocks, his bare feet finding purchase where Harry's boots slipped. He hadn't wanted to come, the memory of this place was a wound that had never healed, but Harry had asked, not ordered, and Creature's devotion to Master Regulus's boy had overridden his terror. Here, Creature said, stopping before a section of cliff face that looked like every other section. Wet stone, black with lichen, unremarkable. The entrance is here. Master Regulus opened it with blood. Harry drew his wand and made a small cut on his palm. He pressed it to the rock. Nothing happened. He pressed harder. Still nothing. The rock was just rock, cold, wet, indifferent. It requires specific blood, creature whispered. The Dark Lord's magic. Or someone he has touched. Harry looked at his scar. Not Black family magic. Not Potter magic. Voldemort's magic, left behind like a fingerprint. He pressed his scar to the rock. The cliff face split open. A narrow fissure appeared, barely wide enough for a person, exhaling air that was cold and stale and carried a faint smell of brackish water. The darkness beyond was total. "Stay behind me," Harry told Daphne. "I was planning on it," she said, and her voice was steady but her wand was already drawn. They entered the cave. The passage was narrow, the walls pressing close, the ceiling low enough that Harry had to duck. Water dripped from above and pooled underfoot, black and still. Their wand light, Harry's and Daphne's, pushed back the dark in a sphere that felt very small. Creature guided them. Left at the fork. Right at the second passage. Down, always down, until the air grew colder and the sound of the sea faded and was replaced by something else, a silence so complete it had weight. They emerged into the cavern. Harry's breath stopped. The space was enormous, a natural cathedral of stone, the ceiling lost in darkness, the walls curving away on both sides into shadow. A lake filled most of the cavern, black and absolutely still, its surface like polished obsidian. In the center of the lake, barely visible in the wandlight, a small island of dark stone rose from the water. The basin. Where Regulus had drunk the potion. Where he had died. "Don't touch the water," creature whispered. "The dead things are in the water." Inferi. Harry remembered. An army of animated corpses, submerged beneath the surface, waiting for the touch of living flesh to wake them. "How do we reach the island?" Harry asked. "There is a boat. Hidden. The Dark Lord concealed it, only magic can summon it." Creature pointed with a trembling hand. "There. Beneath the surface." Harry felt for it with his magic, reaching out the way the grimoire had taught him, extending his senses beyond the physical. He found the chain immediately, a thread of enchantment leading from the near shore down into the black water, anchoring something heavy and hollow. He pulled. The chain rose, dripping, and behind it came a small boat, barely more than a skiff, ancient and green with slime, rocking gently on the disturbed water. They climbed in. The boat moved on its own, gliding across the lake with eerie smoothness. Harry kept his wand up and his eyes on the water. The surface was still, but he could see shapes below it, pale, bloated, drifting in the depths like things in a nightmare from which the dreamer never quite wakes. Daphne's hand found his arm. Not a grip of fear, a grip of awareness. "I see them too. Keep moving." The island was small, 20 feet across, bare stone, dominated by the basin. The basin was a wide stone bowl on a pedestal, and it was empty. The potion was gone. The locket was gone. Regulus had done what he came to do. But Harry hadn't come for the locket. "Creature," Harry said softly. "When Regulus drank the potion, when the inferi came, did he do anything else? Anything you might not have noticed at the time?" The elf's face crumpled. Creature was trying to help Master Regulus. He was screaming. The potion made him see terrible things. Creature was holding the cup to his lips because Master Regulus couldn't hold it himself, and Creature was crying, and, "I know. I'm sorry. But think. Between the last sip and the inferi. Was there a moment, even a second, when Regulus did something with his wand?" Creature's enormous eyes squeezed shut. The memory was agony, and Harry hated himself for forcing it, but he needed to know. "Yes," Creature whispered. "After the last swallow. Before the water." Master Regulus raised his wand and touched the wall. The cave wall behind the basin. He touched it with his wand and said something creature didn't understand. Then the inferi came, and Master Regulus ordered creature to take the locket and go. Harry turned to the cave wall behind the basin. He raised his wand light and stepped closer. At first, he saw nothing. The stone was rough, natural, unworked. But as he moved the light across its surface, he caught it, a faint pattern, almost invisible against the dark rock. Runes. Carved into the stone with wand-tip precision, so small and fine they were nearly imperceptible. Black family runes. Harry recognized them from the grimoire, the angular, star-derived script that the Blacks used for blood-keyed enchantments. They covered a section of wall roughly 3 feet square, densely packed, layer upon layer of magical writing inscribed by a dying boy in the last minutes of his life. Harry pressed his hand against the runes. The world exploded. Not physically, the cave didn't shake, the water didn't stir. The explosion was internal, a cascade of information pouring directly into Harry's mind through the contact point of his palm, transmitted by blood and magic and the desperate will of a father who had carved his final knowledge into stone because it was the only vault he trusted. Images. Voices. Knowledge, compressed and searing. The Horcruxes, locations, protections, vulnerabilities. More detailed than the journal. A mental map, pin sharp, the cup in Gringotts, the diadem in Hogwarts. He knew, Regulus had known, he'd heard Voldemort mention the room of requirement in a moment of unguarded pride, the snake that was more than a snake. And something else. Something older. A warning. The old duty. The wardens. The family's true purpose. The Blacks were not, had never been, what they pretended to be. The blood purity obsession, the madness, the cruelty, the centuries of inbreeding and supremacist ideology, was a corruption. A rot that had consumed the family from within, obscuring their original purpose like kudzu strangling a cathedral. They were the wardens of the veil. The barrier between life and death, the tattered curtain in the Department of Mysteries, through which Sirius had fallen, was not unique. It was one of several anchor points, thin places where the membrane between the living world and what lay beyond was at its thinnest. The veil in the Ministry was the most famous. But the oldest, the most powerful, was on the Black family's island, Stellaheim. The Blacks' constellation magic was not decorative. It was functional. The stellar alignments, the celestial geometry, the names drawn from the night sky, all of it was part of a system designed to reinforce the barrier. To keep the veil sealed. To prevent what lay beyond from seeping through. The outer dark. Regulus hadn't understood it fully. He'd found references in the oldest sections of the grimoire, passages so ancient they were barely legible. But he'd understood enough to be afraid. The barrier was weakening. Had been weakening for generations, as the Blacks abandoned their duty in favor of politics and blood purity and the accumulation of mundane power. And if it broke, the contact ended. Harry staggered back from the wall, his hand dropping from the runes, his vision swimming. He felt Daphne's hands on his shoulders, steadying him, and Creature's worried voice saying, young master," from somewhere near his knees. "I'm fine," Harry managed, which was a lie but a functional one. "You went rigid for 30 seconds, Daphne said. Her voice was controlled, but her grip on his shoulders was very tight. "Your eyes turned white. The runes were glowing. What happened?" Harry took a breath. Then another. The information was settling in his mind, not fading, like a memory, but integrating, like a skill. As if Regulus had poured not just knowledge but understanding into the stone. "Regulus left a message," Harry said. "For me. For whoever came after him with the blood to read it." He looked at the runes, which had gone dark again, invisible against the cave wall. He knew about more than the Horcruxes. He knew about the family. What we were supposed to be. "And what's that?" Harry told her. In the dark, on the island, in the cave where his father had died, with the black water of the Inferi Lake lapping softly at the shore, he told Daphne Greengrass about the wardens and the veil and the outer dark. She listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. "The whispers," she said finally. "The whispers. The barrier is weakening. The thing on the other side knows you're here, knows a warden has finally woken up. And it's, what? Reaching out? Testing the walls? I don't know." Regulus didn't know either. But he knew it was getting worse, and he knew the family's magic was the only thing designed to stop it. Daphne's jaw tightened. Harry could see her processing, fitting this new information into the framework she'd already built, adjusting priorities, recalculating risk. She was magnificent at it, and he caught himself staring and forced his attention back to the problem at hand. "One crisis at a time," she said. "The Horcruxes first. The veil after." "Agreed. Can we please leave this cave? It smells like death and I can see things moving in the water." They left. The boat carried them back. The passage led them out. And when they emerged into the grey morning light on the Cornish cliff, with the wind and the spray and the screaming of gulls, Harry stood on the rocks and breathed air that tasted like salt and life and felt the weight of his inheritance settle more heavily on his shoulders. Not crushing. Not yet. But heavy, and getting heavier. The confrontation with Remus came 3 days later, and it came without warning. Harry was in the Grimmauld Place library, practicing the stellar shield. He could hold it for 40 seconds now, and the headaches afterward had diminished from debilitating to merely unpleasant, when the front door opened and closed and footsteps came down the hall. Kreacher appeared in the library doorway. "Master Lupin is here, young master." Harry lowered his wand. The shield faded. Remus Lupin stood in the hallway behind Kreacher, and he looked terrible. Not ill, or rather, not more ill than usual, since the lycanthropy ensured he always looked somewhat ravaged, but hollowed out. Dark circles under his eyes. A tremor in his hands that he was trying to hide by keeping them in his pockets. The expression of a man who had been running from something and had finally run out of road. "Harry," Remus said. "Remus." They looked at each other. 3 weeks of silence hung between them, Harry's letter, unanswered, gathering dust on whatever surface Remus had set it on while he worked up the courage to face the boy he'd been lying to for 3 years. "I should have come sooner," Remus said. "I should have come the day you sent the letter. I should have come before you sent the letter. I should have," he stopped. Started again. "I have no excuses. I just have the truth, and I'm here to give it to you because I owe you that." Harry gestured to the library. They went in. They sat in the leather chairs by the empty fireplace. It was July, too warm for a fire, but the library was always cool. The books watched them from the shelves like a jury. "You knew," Harry said. "Not an accusation. A starting point." Remus nodded. His hands came out of his pockets and folded in his lap, and the tremor was visible now, fine and constant. "James told me. After the wedding. After the blood adoption. He told me and he told Sirius and he made us swear an oath, not an unbreakable vow, but close. A promise. On our honor as marauders, which is a ridiculous thing to swear on, but James was always ridiculous about the things that mattered." His voice cracked on the name. "How much do you know?" "Everything. James told me everything. He told me about Lily and Regulus, how they'd been together in secret since 6th year, how he'd known about it, how he'd loved Lily anyway and wanted her to be happy even if that meant loving someone else. He told me about Regulus coming to him when Lily was pregnant, asking him to protect her. He told me about the blood adoption." Remus leaned forward, elbows on his knees, his face a map of guilt and grief. "And he told me that he didn't care. That was the thing, Harry. James didn't care that you weren't his biological son. Not for a single second. When he held you for the first time, I was there, I saw it," his face just lit up. Like every good thing in the world had been concentrated into this small, screaming, red-faced baby. He said, "Moony, look at my son. Not Regulus's son. Not Lily's son. My son." Harry's throat was very tight. "He loved you more than anything," Remus said. "More than magic, more than Quidditch, more than his own life. And he proved it, in the end. He didn't hesitate. He didn't even reach for his wand, because reaching for his wand would have taken a second he could have spent standing between you and." Remus's voice broke entirely. He pressed the heels of his hands against his eyes and sat like that for a moment, shoulders shaking. Harry waited. Not out of cruelty, out of respect. Remus needed to feel this, and Harry needed to witness it, and the space between them needed to be filled with something real before it could be crossed. "Why didn't you tell me?" Harry asked when Remus had collected himself. "Because James asked me not to. And because after James died, and Sirius was imprisoned, I was the last one who knew, and the secret felt like the last piece of James the First had. The last promise I'd made him. If I broke it, then everything James sacrificed to build, the adoption, the cover story, the protection, it would all unravel. And you'd be the son of a Death Eater." Remus flinched. "Yes. Regulus wasn't just a Death Eater, Remus. I know that now. I didn't know it then. None of us did. When Regulus died, we assumed he'd gotten cold feet and been killed for it. A coward's death. That's what Sirius said, and Sirius was." Remus swallowed. Sirius was grieving in his own way, and anger was easier than sadness, and none of us knew about the Horcruxes or the cave or any of it. Did Sirius know about me? The question had been burning in Harry since the vault. Did Sirius know? Did the man who called him James's boy and looked at him and saw his best friend, did Sirius know that Harry was actually his brother's son? Remus's hesitation was answer enough. "James told him," Remus said quietly. "Before the adoption. Sirius didn't take it well. He and Regulus hadn't spoken in years, you know about the estrangement. Learning that his little brother had been in a secret relationship with Lily, that Lily was pregnant with Regulus's child, it was a lot. But Sirius came around. He always did. He loved James too much to hold it against him, and he loved you too much to let it matter. But he never told me. He wanted to. I think he was working up to it, that last year at Grimmauld Place. But there was never a right moment, and then, the veil. The curtain. The fall. And then there was no moment at all," Harry finished. Remus nodded. Tears were running freely down his face now, and he wasn't bothering to hide them. "I'm sorry, Harry. I am so sorry. I should have told you after Sirius died. I should have told you before Gringotts. I should have." "Stop." Remus stopped. Harry looked at this man, this worn, guilt-ridden, prematurely aged man who had been the best defense teacher Hogwarts had seen in decades and the worst keeper of secrets the Marauders had ever produced. Who had loved Harry's parents, all three of them, and carried the weight of their secrets for 16 years and nearly been crushed by it. "I'm angry," Harry said. "I want you to know that. I'm angry, and I'm hurt, and there's a part of me that wants to shout at you the way I shouted at Dumbledore and throw things and say things I can't take back." Remus braced himself. "But I'm not going to do that," Harry continued, "because you're the last person alive who knew both of my fathers, and I can't afford to lose you. Not because of strategy. Because I need you. And because James would have wanted me to forgive you, and because Regulus," his voice wobbled. He steadied it. "Regulus wrote in his journal that you were brave. That you and James and Sirius were brave in ways he wished he could be. So I'm going to trust his judgment." Remus stared at him. The tears hadn't stopped, but something else was happening behind them, a loosening, a release, the slow exhalation of a man setting down a weight he'd carried so long it had become part of him. "You're not going to forgive me," Remus said. It wasn't a question. "Not today. Maybe not for a long time. But I'm going to trust you again, because I choose to, and because this war needs every good person it can get. And you're a good person, Remus. You're just a terrible secret keeper. Remus let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob. James said the same thing. Those exact words. When he told me about the adoption, he said, "Moony, you're the worst secret keeper I've ever met, so I know you'll take this one to your grave just to prove me wrong." Harry's chest ached. Sounds like him. It was him. Remus wiped his face with his sleeve, a graceless gesture that was very Remus. "Harry. There's something else. Something I need to tell you about Regulus." "What?" "I met him. Once. Just once, before he died. He came to me, not to James, not to Sirius, to me. He said he needed to talk to someone who wouldn't judge him, and apparently the werewolf was the safest option." A ghost of a smile. He was terrified. He was 19 years old and he was shaking so hard he could barely hold his wand. And he sat in my kitchen and told me he'd done something terrible, joining the Death Eaters, and that he was going to do something about it, and that he needed someone to know, in case he didn't come back. Harry leaned forward. "What did he say?" "He said, I have a child coming. A child I won't be able to protect. But I can make the world safer for them to grow up in, even if I'm not there to see it. And he said, tell James and Lily that I'm grateful. Tell them their courage is contagious." And then he left. A week later, he was dead. The library was very quiet. The books watched. The air held its breath. "He was brave," Harry said. "He was the bravest person I ever met who was also completely terrified," Remus said. "And I've met a lot of brave people." Harry stood. Remus stood. And Harry did something he hadn't planned to do. He stepped forward and put his arms around the last of the marauders and held on. Remus hugged him back with the desperate strength of a man who'd been waiting 16 years for permission to grieve. They stood like that for a long time. When they separated, Harry said, "I need your help." "Anything. I'm going after the Horcruxes. I have the locations, the methods, and the knowledge. What I need is someone who can fight beside me without falling apart when things go wrong. I can do that. And I need you to stop treating me like James's son who needs protecting. I'm Regulus's son who needs arming. There's a difference." Remus looked at him, really looked, in the way he hadn't since Harry was 13 and Remus had seen his Patronus for the first time and understood that James Potter's legacy was alive and well in the boy standing before him. "You're both their son," Remus said. "And you're the best of both of them. Then help me prove it." Remus nodded. And the last broken bridge in Harry's life began, slowly and painfully, to rebuild. The destruction of the first Horcrux happened on a Tuesday night in the basement of Grimmauld Place, and it was nothing like Harry expected. Narcissa's intelligence had proven accurate, detailed schematics of the Lestrange vault, guard rotations, and the specific location of Hufflepuff's cup within the vault's protection. Getting the cup out of Gringotts had been its own operation, a combination of Narcissa's insider knowledge, goblin negotiations. Ragnarok, as it turned out, had his own reasons for wanting the Horcrux removed from his bank. The goblins could feel the soul fragment corrupting their wards, and they were deeply offended by it, and a careful extraction that had cost Harry a significant portion of the black fortune in administrative fees that were really bribes. But he had the cup. It sat on a stone table in the basement, a small, golden cup with two finely wrought handles, bearing the engraved badger of Hufflepuff. Beautiful craftsmanship. Ancient magic. And inside it, a piece of Tom Riddle's soul, pulsing with a wrongness that Harry could feel in his teeth. The sword of Gryffindor could destroy it. So could Fiendfire. But the Black family method was what Harry had chosen, and he'd spent 3 nights preparing, and he was not going to back down. The method was called the Severance. The grimoire described it in clinical, precise terms, a ritual that drew upon the boundary between life and death to sever a soul fragment from its anchor. The death energy didn't come from the caster, it came from the veil itself, channeled through the caster's bloodline connection to the boundary. The Black family's warden magic made them conduits. The ritual used that conductivity to pour concentrated death force into the Horcrux, overwhelming the soul fragment's attachment to the physical object and annihilating it. It was, in theory, elegant. In practice, it meant Harry had to open himself to the veil, to stand at the threshold of death and channel its power without being consumed by it. Dark magic. Definitively, inarguably dark magic by any ministry classification. Harry didn't care. The basement of Grimmauld Place had been cleared and prepared. Runic circles drawn on the stone floor in silver chalk. Candles at the cardinal points. The cup in the center, surrounded by containment wards that Daphne had helped him design, she'd turned out to be extraordinarily gifted at ward architecture, which she attributed to years of protecting the Greengrass wine cellar from my sister's parties. Daphne was there. Remus was there. Creature was there. None of them could help with the ritual itself, it was blood-keyed, Black family magic, but they could intervene if something went wrong. If I lose consciousness, Harry told them, don't touch me. The death energy will discharge through physical contact. Wait until the ritual completes or fails on its own. And if you die? Daphne asked. Her voice was even. Her eyes were not. Then you take the cup to Dumbledore and let him use the sword. That's not a plan. That's a contingency. Same thing, different name. She gave him a look that communicated, with impressive efficiency, that she found him infuriating and essential and that if he died she would find a way to resurrect him just so she could kill him herself. Harry stepped into the runic circle. The air changed immediately. The temperature dropped. The candle flames leaned inward, drawn toward the center like flowers following the sun. Harry felt the boundary, felt it the way he'd felt the star Regulus, as a presence beyond the physical, vast and cold and infinitely patient. The veil. Not the physical archway in the Department of Mysteries, but the concept it represented, the membrane between the living world and whatever lay beyond. He could feel it everywhere, underlying reality like a bass note beneath a symphony. The whole world was built on top of it. And the Black family's magic was designed to interface with it. Harry raised his wand and spoke the incantation. It wasn't Latin. It wasn't English. It was a language that predated both, Star Tongue, the grimoire called it, the phonetic representation of celestial frequencies translated into human speech. The words felt strange in his mouth, angular and resonant, and they left echoes that hung in the air like smoke. The boundary responded. Power surged through Harry, not from within but from beyond, flowing through him like electricity through a wire. Cold. Absolute. The fundamental force of ending, of cessation, of the great silence that waited at the end of all things. It was not evil. It was not good. It was simply final, and channeling it required Harry to hold himself at the exact point of balance between life and death, drawing the power without crossing the threshold. He directed it toward the cup. The Horcrux screamed. Not audibly, psychically. A shriek of violated preservation, the soul fragment recoiling from the touch of the thing it feared most. The cup rattled on the table, vibrating, glowing with a sickly light. Shadows boiled off it like steam. Harry poured more power in. The scream intensified. The air in the basement turned frigid. Frost crept across the stone floor. His breath came in white clouds. And then he was somewhere else. Not physically. His body was still in the basement, still channeling, still holding the connection. But his consciousness had slipped, pushed by the force of the ritual to the edge of the boundary itself. He was standing at the veil. Not the ministry veil. The real one. The fundamental boundary, stretching in all directions like an infinite curtain of gray light, shimmering and translucent and humming with a frequency that resonated in Harry's bones. On one side, the warmth and light and noise of the living world. On the other, darkness. Not absence of light darkness. Something darker. Something that had substance, intelligence, hunger. It pressed against the veil from the other side like a hand pressing against a window, testing for weakness. The outer dark. Harry felt it notice him. The attention was vast and cold and utterly alien, not malevolent in the way a human would understand, but hungry in a way that transcended appetite. It wanted in. It had always wanted in. And the barrier that kept it out was weakening, thinning, fraying at the edges like old fabric. The warden's magic flared in Harry's blood. Instinctive, protective, a response built into the Black family's DNA over centuries of guarding this exact threshold. His constellation magic blazed, not as a weapon but as a seal, a reinforcement, a temporary patch on a barrier that needed permanent repair. The outer dark recoiled. Not in fear, things that vast didn't experience fear, but in recognition. A warden. After so long. It had been patient. It could be patient a little longer. It withdrew. Harry snapped back into his body and gasped. The cup had shattered. Fragments of gold lay scattered across the stone table, and a thin black smoke was rising from them, dissipating as it climbed. The soul fragment was gone, annihilated, burned away by the death energy that was now receding from Harry's body like a tide going out. Harry's knees buckled. He caught himself on the edge of the runic circle and stayed there, kneeling, breathing in ragged gulps. Harry. Daphne's voice, sharp with suppressed panic. Harry, are you? Don't touch me. His voice came out as a rasp. Not yet. Give it a minute. He knelt in the cold basement and felt the last traces of death energy drain from his system. It left behind an ache, deep, bone level, the kind of exhaustion that sleep wouldn't fix. But it also left clarity. He'd been at the boundary. He'd seen the veil. He'd felt the outer dark. And he understood, with terrible certainty, that the Horcruxes were not the only problem. Voldemort was tearing his soul apart and hiding the pieces in objects. Every time a Horcrux was created, every time a soul was fractured, it weakened the boundary. The act of splitting a soul was an act of violence against death itself, and the veil bore the damage like a window bearing the cracks of repeated impacts. And every time a Horcrux was destroyed, the death energy released further destabilized the already weakened barrier. They were stuck. Destroying the Horcruxes was necessary to kill Voldemort. But destroying them was also weakening the veil. And if the veil broke, Harry. Daphne again, closer now. He looked up. She was kneeling at the edge of the circle, just outside it, her face pale in the candlelight. Talk to me. What happened? I destroyed the Horcrux. I can see that. You were also gone for about 15 seconds. Your eyes went white again, and you stopped breathing. Harry tried to stand. Failed. Tried again, and Daphne's hands were there, and the death energy was gone enough that it was safe, and she hauled him up with a strength that surprised him. I saw it, he said. The veil. The real one. And the thing on the other side. Daphne's face went very still. The outer dark. It knows I'm here, Daphne. It knows a warden has woken up. And the barrier, he swallowed. Every Horcrux we destroy makes it worse. We're damaging the thing we need to protect. Remus, who had been standing by the stairs in white-faced silence, spoke for the first time. Then how do we do both? Destroy the Horcruxes and protect the barrier? I don't know yet. But Regulus knew the family's magic better than anyone alive, and he left me everything he had. The answers are in the grimoire, or at Stellenheim, or both. Harry steadied himself. The ache was fading, slowly, grudgingly, and his mind was already working again. We keep going. We destroy the Horcruxes. And I learn the warden's magic fast enough to repair whatever damage we cause. That's insane, Daphne said. Do you have a better plan? She opened her mouth. Closed it. No. Then insane it is. The attack came 2 days later, and it came for blood. Word of Harry's parentage had spread through the Death Eater ranks. Narcissa had warned him. Her intelligence network reported that Nott Sr., unable to defeat Harry politically or magically, had turned to vindictive honesty and informed Voldemort's inner circle that the boy who lived was the son of Regulus Black, the Death Eater who had stolen the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Voldemort's reaction had been nuclear. But it was Bellatrix who struck first. Harry and Daphne were in Diagon Alley. It was a necessary trip, supplies for the next phase of the Horcrux hunt, potion ingredients that couldn't be ordered by Owl, and they'd gone during peak hours, reasoning that the crowds provided cover. Tonks was supposed to meet them but was running late, which was both very Tonks and very unfortunate. They were in the apothecary when the screaming started. Harry's wand was in his hand before his brain had fully processed the sound. Through the shop's grimy window, he saw people running, a stampede of panicked witches and wizards pouring down the alley away from Gringotts, and behind them, figures in black robes and silver masks, wands blazing. 5 Death Eaters. Maybe 6. And at their head, unmasked, her dark eyes wild and her smile a wound, Bellatrix Lestrange. She was screaming something. It took Harry a moment to make out the words over the chaos. Come out, little cousin. Come out, blood traitor's bastard. Auntie Bella wants to play. Daphne grabbed Harry's arm. Back door. We can, there are people out there. There are Death Eaters out there. Same thing. Different problem. Harry moved toward the front door. Daphne swore, creatively and in French, which he hadn't known she could do, and followed him. They hit the street running. The alley was chaos. Spells flying in every direction, shop windows shattering, people operating away in panicked cracks that sounded like gunfire. 2 Aurors had engaged the Death Eaters near Gringotts. Harry could see the red and gold flashes of official combat spells, but they were outnumbered and losing ground. Bellatrix saw Harry the instant he emerged. Her face transformed. Whatever was left of human sanity behind those eyes was swallowed by something primal, recognition, hatred, and a hunger for destruction that went beyond ideology into something personal and familial and ancient. There he is, she shrieked. Regulus's filthy half-blood spawn. I'll finish what the Dark Lord started, I'll purge the black line of your mother's mudblood stain. She fired. Not a killing curse, something worse, something that split the air with a sound like tearing metal and left a trail of black fire in its wake. Harry threw himself sideways. The curse hit the cobblestones where he'd been standing and they melted, not shattered, melted, stone turning to liquid in a splash of orange heat. Harry fired back. Stunner, reductor, another stunner, rapid, aggressive, forcing Bellatrix to shield instead of attack. She deflected each spell with casual, contemptuous flicks of her wand, her movements fluid and terrible and utterly without fear. She was better than him. Harry knew it immediately. Not faster, he was young and quick and the adrenaline made him quicker. But more experienced, more powerful, and completely unhindered by anything resembling restraint. But Harry wasn't alone. Daphne came in from the angle, she'd circled behind a overturned cart and emerged on Bellatrix's flank, firing a spell Harry had never seen before. It hit the cobblestones at Bellatrix's feet and the stone erupted upward in crystalline shards, razor-sharp, forming a cage around the Dark Witch's legs. Bellatrix shattered the cage with a pulse of raw magic, but it cost her a second, and Harry used that second to close the distance and fire a blasting hex at point-blank range. It caught Bellatrix's shield and drove her back 3 steps, the first ground she'd given. A Death Eater came at Harry from the right. He didn't have time to react, but Daphne did. Her wand traced a tight arc and the Death Eater's legs went out from under him, hit by a tripping jinx so precisely aimed it caught only his leading foot, sending him into a face-first skid across the cobblestones. "These your friends?" Daphne said, moving to cover Harry's back. "Just the one with the crazy hair. The rest are hers." Bellatrix was back. She wasn't smiling anymore, Harry's blasting hex had bloodied her lip, and the amusement had been replaced by cold focus. She attacked in earnest now, her wand ablur, spells coming so fast they bled into each other, cutting curses, bone breakers, a cruciatus that Harry barely dodged, feeling the heat wash of it pass his face. Harry fell back, shielding, looking for an opening. The alley around them was emptying, most civilians had fled, and the remaining combatants had broken into scattered duels. One of the Aurors was down. The other was fighting two Death Eaters at once and losing. Bellatrix pressed forward. "Your father was a coward," she spat between curses. "A weak, pathetic boy who couldn't stomach the privilege he was born to. And your mudblood mother spread her legs for him because she couldn't get a real wizard." Harry's vision went red. Not metaphorically, the stellar magic surged in response to his rage, and for one terrifying moment, his perception shifted. He saw the world in starlight, every person, every spell, every magical signature rendered in lines of light against a dark canvas. He used it. His wand slashed downward and the spell that erupted from it was not from any Hogwarts textbook. It was constellation magic, instinctive, raw, shaped by fury and blood and the deep resonance of a star 80 light-years away. The spell took form as a lance of blue-white light, blazing, impossibly bright, and it punched through Bellatrix's shield like the shield wasn't there. Bellatrix threw herself sideways. The lance missed her by inches and struck the wall of the building behind her. The wall didn't shatter. It vaporized. A hole appeared, clean-edged, 3 feet across, punched through solid stone like a finger through wet paper. The shock of it halted everything. Bellatrix, the Death Eaters, the surviving Auror, everyone froze and stared at the hole in the wall and then at Harry, who was standing in the middle of Diagon Alley with starlight fading from his eyes and his wand trailing wisps of blue-white energy. Bellatrix's face went through something complex. Fear, genuine, involuntary fear, warred with rage and lost, but only barely. She looked at Harry the way you'd look at a dog that had suddenly turned into a wolf. "Retreat," she screamed, and the Death Eaters disapparated in rapid succession. Bellatrix was last, and before she went, she fired one final curse, not at Harry. At a shop window behind which a woman and a small boy were cowering. Harry was too far away. Daphne was too far away. The curse hit the glass and it exploded inward, and the shrapnel caught the boy across the face and throat, and there was blood, so much blood, immediate and bright and wrong. Bellatrix vanished. Harry ran to the boy. The woman, his mother, was screaming, trying to hold the wounds closed with her hands, and there was glass embedded in the child's throat and the blood was pulsing and Harry pressed his wand to the worst wound and said, "Vulnera Sinenter," 3 times, the incantation for healing cursed wounds that Snape had used on Draco, that Harry had found in the Half-Blood Prince's textbook and memorized because something had told him he'd need it. The bleeding slowed. Stopped. The glass fragments pushed themselves out of the wounds, tinkling on the cobblestones like macabre wind chimes. The boy's breathing stabilized, ragged but present. Harry sat back. His hands were covered in blood. The boy was alive. The boy would live. But Bellatrix had aimed for a child. Deliberately. Not because the child was a target, because the child was a distraction, a way to keep Harry occupied while she escaped. A child's blood as a tactical diversion. Harry looked at his hands. At the blood. At the woman sobbing over her son. Something inside him shifted. Not broke, shifted, like a fault line adjusting. The anger was still there, but it was changing shape. Becoming something colder, harder, more focused. Not rage. Purpose. He stood. Daphne was beside him, and her face was white and her eyes were wide and her wand was still in her hand, and she was looking at him with an expression he'd never seen on her before. "You're hurt," she said. He looked down. A cutting curse had caught his left arm at some point, he hadn't felt it in the adrenaline. Blood soaked his sleeve from elbow to wrist. "It's nothing. It's a curse wound on your wand arm. It's not nothing." She grabbed his arm, pulled up the sleeve, and examined the cut with clinical efficiency. Not deep. Clean edges. I can close this at the house. Daphne, not here. Her voice was firm. We're leaving. The Aurors are coming. You can give a statement later. She looked around the devastated alley, the shattered shops, the smoking hole in the wall, the unconscious Death Eater face down on the cobblestones. Come on. They apparat to Grimmauld Place. The kitchen table had become their infirmary, their war room, and their confessional, depending on the hour. At the moment, it was an infirmary. Daphne had Harry's arm on the table and was working a healing charm with methodical precision, her wand tracing the edges of the cut in slow, deliberate passes. The skin knitted together reluctantly, curse wounds always healed slower than clean cuts. Harry sat and let her work and tried not to think about the boy's blood on his hands. Stop clenching your fist, Daphne said. You're making it worse. He unclenched. Then clenched again, unconsciously. She put her free hand on his and pressed it flat against the table. Her hand was warm. Steady. She didn't pull it away. The spell you used, she said, not looking up from the wound. The light lance. I've never seen anything like it. Neither have I. It just came out. You vaporized a stone wall, Harry. From 30 feet away. That's not, it just came out. That's a magnitude of power that shouldn't be possible for a 16-year-old, no matter what bloodline they carry. I was angry. I noticed. Her wand made a final pass. The wound sealed, leaving a thin red line that would fade in a day. She set her wand down but didn't release his hand. You can't let her get to you like that. What she said about your parents, I know what she was doing. Provoking me into losing control. It worked. It almost worked too well. If that lance had hit her instead of the wall, then she'd be dead, and the boy would still have a face. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then she said, very carefully, is that what you want? To kill her? Harry considered the question honestly. It deserved honest consideration. I want her to stop. Whatever that requires. That's not an answer. It's the best one I have right now. Daphne finally looked up. Their eyes met, and the kitchen was very quiet, and her hand was still on his, and the afternoon light from the window caught the blue-gray of her irises and turned them luminous. I was scared, she said. Harry blinked. Daphne Greengrass, admitting to fear, was roughly as common as a solar eclipse. When she was firing at you, Daphne continued. When you were dueling her and I couldn't get a clear angle and she was faster than you and I thought, she stopped. Steadied herself. The composure reassembled, but imperfectly, with visible seams. I thought I was going to watch you die in the middle of Diagon Alley, and the thing that scared me most wasn't the dying. It was that I'd only known you for 3 weeks and it was already going to break something in me. The kitchen clock ticked. Creature rattled something in the pantry. Outside, London hummed its vast, indifferent hum. Harry turned his hand over under hers and interlaced their fingers. I'm not going to die in Diagon Alley. You don't know that. I know that I'm too stubborn, and Creature would never forgive me, and you'd be very annoyed. Something that was trying very hard not to be a smile tugged at the corner of her mouth. I would be furious. Then I'll stay alive. Out of self-preservation. See that you do. She didn't let go of his hand. He didn't let go of hers. They sat in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, wounded and wired and aware that something between them had crossed a line that neither of them was going to acknowledge out loud yet, because there was a war on and people were dying and the world was too dangerous for the luxury of naming what they felt. But it was there. And it was real. And neither of them was going to pretend it wasn't. Eventually, Daphne pulled her hand back and stood, and she was Daphne Greengrass again, composed, controlled, armored in competence and political precision. But her cheeks were pink, and when she reached the kitchen door, she paused. Tomorrow, she said. The diadem. We know it's at Hogwarts. We need to plan the retrieval. Tomorrow, Harry agreed. She left. The front door closed. And Harry sat alone in the kitchen, looking at his healed arm and his blood-stained robes and the black family ring on his finger, and felt the weight of everything he'd gained and everything he'd lost and everything he still stood to lose pressed down on him like gravity itself had increased. In the walls of the house, the whispers murmured. They were louder now, not just a background hum but a presence, something aware and waiting, pressing against the thinning barrier with patient, terrible interest. The outer dark knew about the Horcrux destruction. It had felt the death energy. And it was closer than it had been yesterday. Harry stood up, washed the blood from his hands, and went to the library. There was work to do. Regulus had left him the tools. Dumbledore had given him the targets. Daphne had given him reason to come back alive. And somewhere, beyond the veil, a father he'd never met had carved a message in stone with his dying breath so that his son could finish what he'd started. Harry opened the grimoire. The pages glowed with silver light, and the constellation of Regulus, the lion's heart, blazed on the page like a beacon. He began to read. Chapter 4, The War of Stars, 10,000 plus words primary conflict type, large-scale threats plus rival battles the engine. Voldemort learns the full truth about Harry's heritage and recognizes both a threat, Regulus's Horcrux knowledge passed to his son, and an opportunity, the Black family's connection to the Veil, which could grant him power beyond Horcruxes. He launches a multi-pronged assault. Harry must lead a coalition of unlikely allies in the largest magical battle Britain has seen in a generation. Story beats, Harry returns to Hogwarts for 6th year as a fundamentally changed person. He carries himself differently, not arrogant, but settled. Certain. The school reacts with a spectrum from awe to fear to hostility. The Slytherins are split, some see him as a legitimate Black Lord worthy of respect, others see him as a half-blood pretender. Gryffindors are confused by Harry's growing comfort with traditionally Slytherin political methods. Harry's relationship with Ron and Hermione is strained but not broken, they're struggling with the new Harry, who is more guarded, more strategic, and less willing to follow Dumbledore unquestioningly. Hermione adapts faster than Ron. This tension is present but not overwrought. Harry and Daphne are now something undefined, they eat together, train together, and argue constantly about everything from magical theory to the ethics of political maneuvering. Other students notice. The Hogwarts rumor mill goes nuclear. Neither Harry nor Daphne acknowledges anything publicly, but there's a scene in the astronomy tower where they're practicing constellation magic together and the moment almost tips over into something more before they're interrupted. Draco has spent weeks wrestling with his identity and his father's expectations. He approaches Harry for a private conversation that is perhaps the chapter's most important character scene. Draco doesn't apologize, that would ring false, but he asks questions. About Regulus. About what it means to be a Black. Harry is honest with him in a way no one has ever been honest with Draco, and it cracks something open. Draco doesn't become an ally here. But the door opens. Voldemort's assault comes on two fronts simultaneously, designed to split Harry's attention. Front 1, an attack on the Ministry of Magic, specifically targeting the Department of Mysteries and the Veil. Voldemort has figured out the connection between the Black bloodline and the Veil. He sends a force led by Bellatrix to seize the Veil chamber. His goal, perform a ritual that will thin the barrier enough for him to draw power from the outer dark. Front 2, an attack on Hogwarts, targeting Harry directly. Led by Voldemort personally. He wants Harry dead before he can master the Black family's warden magic. Harry splits his forces. He sends allies to the Ministry, including Tonks, Remus, and a squad of Aurors, and stays at Hogwarts to face Voldemort. But he has a play. He sends Draco with a message to Narcissa, activating her intelligence network. It's a test of Narcissa's loyalty and Draco's courage simultaneously. The Hogwarts battle is the set piece of the chapter. Death Eaters breach the wards. Students and staff fight back. Harry leads from the front, using a combination of Potter combat instincts and black constellation magic. He is not invincible, he takes hits, makes tactical errors, gets people hurt. But he's a force. The battle is written with the chaos and cost of real combat, people die, things go wrong, plans fall apart. Voldemort and Harry face each other directly for the first time since the truth came out. Voldemort's reaction to seeing the black magic in Harry is complex: rage, contempt, and a flicker of something that might be fear. The son of the traitor. Regulus was clever, I'll grant him that. Clever enough to steal from me. But not clever enough to live. Harry fires back, he was clever enough to die on his own terms. Can you say the same? Their duel is not a climactic final battle, it's a brutal, short exchange that establishes the stakes. Voldemort is more powerful. Harry is more creative. The fight ends when Dumbledore arrives and Voldemort disengages, but not before Voldemort demonstrates he's begun drawing on something dark and alien, power seeping through the weakening veil. At the Ministry, Bellatrix's team reaches the Veil Chamber. Tonks and Remus lead the defense. The battle is savage. Bellatrix begins the ritual to thin the barrier. The veil flares, shadows pour out, not fully formed but wrong, hungry. Neville Longbottom, who came with the DA, faces Bellatrix directly and holds his ground long enough for reinforcements to arrive. The ritual is interrupted but not fully stopped, the veil is damaged. The barrier is weakening. Draco reaches Narcissa. She acts, she feeds false intelligence to the Death Eaters that scatters their reinforcements, then she flees with Draco. Lucius discovers the betrayal and barely escapes the battle. The Malfoy family is shattered. The cost, several students and Order members are dead. The veil is compromised. Voldemort has tasted the Outer Dark's power and wants more. And Remus Lupin is badly wounded, he survives, but barely, and Harry's terror at almost losing the last link to his parents is a gut-punch moment. Harry and Daphne's moment comes in the aftermath, in the hospital wing at 3 in the morning. She's injured, a curse graze across her ribs, and refuses to admit she was scared. He sits beside her bed and they don't talk for a long time. When they do, it's not a declaration. It's Daphne saying, "If you die, I'll be very annoyed with you." And Harry saying, "I'll keep that in mind." And then she kisses him, and it's not cinematic, it's desperate and real, and the best thing either of them has ever felt. The Chapter 5, The Last Star, 10,000 plus words. Primary conflict type, convergence. All conflicts resolve the engine. Voldemort launches his final gambit, a ritual at the Black Ancestral Island to shatter the veil permanently and absorb the Outer Dark's power. Harry must destroy the remaining Horcruxes, master the Warden's magic, and face a Voldemort who is becoming something beyond human, all while holding together a fragile coalition of allies who have every reason not to trust each other. Story beats, rapid Horcrux destruction. Using Regulus's methods and the intelligence gathered across the story, Harry's team destroys the remaining Horcruxes in a montage of tense, dangerous sequences. The diadem, found in the Room of Requirement, Draco, who spent months in the room, knows its secrets. The ring, already destroyed by Dumbledore, who is weakening from its curse. Nagini, the most dangerous, requires a strike team and nearly costs Neville his life. Each destruction weakens Voldemort but also destabilizes the veil further, because the Horcruxes were, in their twisted way, tethering Voldemort's soul to the living world and maintaining a perverse balance. Dumbledore's confession, he's dying. The ring's curse is killing him slowly, and no magic can stop it. He tells Harry everything he's held back, including his belief that Harry's scar is a Horcrux. The scene is devastating. Harry absorbs it with a calm that terrifies everyone around him. He doesn't rage. He says, "Then we'll have to solve that, too." The solution to the scar Horcrux comes from an unexpected synthesis, Black Family Warden magic, which is designed to manage the boundary between life and death, can theoretically extract a soul fragment without killing the host. It's never been done. It might not work. But it's the only option that doesn't require Harry to die. Daphne, Hermione, and Narcissa work together to research and refine the ritual. The scene of these three very different women collaborating is one of the story's best character moments: Hermione's brilliance, Narcissa's deep pure-blood knowledge, and Daphne's creative pragmatism. The extraction ritual is performed at Grimmauld Place. It nearly kills Harry. He walks the boundary, stands at the veil's edge, and tears the fragment of Voldemort's soul from his own. It screams. It fights. He lets it go into the dark. When he wakes, the scar is just a scar, and for the first time since he was a year old, his mind is entirely his own. Daphne is holding his hand and pretending she hasn't been crying. Voldemort feels the loss of his last anchor and panics. He accelerates his plan, the ritual at the Black Ancestral Island, Stellheim, a wind-blasted rock in the North Sea crowned by a stone circle aligned with the major constellations. This is the oldest and most powerful veil anchor point. If Voldemort breaks it, the barrier between life and death collapses entirely, and the outer dark floods into the world. The final battle is not a single duel but a war on multiple layers. The physical battle: Harry's coalition assaults the island. Order members, Aurors, the DA, and a cadre of Slytherins led by Draco. They face Death Eaters, Inferi, raised from the sea, an army of the drowned dead, and the shadow creatures leaking through the weakening veil. The battle is chaotic, costly, and desperate. Draco fights beside Harry and saves his life. Narcissa faces Lucius across the battlefield and defeats him, not with superior magic, but by understanding him better than he understands himself. Neville kills Bellatrix in a moment of cathartic violence that comes not from rage but from cold, deliberate justice. The magical battle: Harry enters the stone circle, where Voldemort is performing the sundering ritual. Voldemort is partially transformed, the outer dark's power is flowing into him, making him something more and less than human. He is terrifyingly powerful but unstable, and the borrowed power is consuming him even as he wields it. Their final duel is not about spells, it's about the fundamental nature of magic. Voldemort channels death, negation, the void. Harry channels the stellar magic of the Blacks, not darkness, not light, but the fire of stars, which is the oldest light in the universe and the fundamental counterforce to the void. The duel rips reality around them. The stone circle cracks. The veil tears open. The thematic battle: Voldemort offers Harry a choice: join him beyond death, become immortal, become something more than human. It's not a temptation of evil, it's a temptation of transcendence. Harry would never die. Never lose anyone again. Never be the grieving boy at the foot of the veil. Harry refuses. Not because he's noble, but because he understands something Voldemort never could: death is not the enemy. The fear of death is. Regulus understood that. James understood that. Lily understood that. They all chose to die for something that mattered, and their choices are the reason Harry is standing here. Harry activates the full Warden array, every constellation in the Black family's magical lexicon, channeled through the stone circle. The ritual requires a sacrifice, but not of life. It requires a sacrifice of power. Harry pours his black bloodline magic, the stellar fire, the ancient authority, the constellation sorcery, into the seal, restoring and strengthening it beyond what it was before. He doesn't die. But he loses the extraordinary magic. The stars go out of his eyes. Voldemort, cut off from the outer dark's power and stripped of his Horcruxes, is mortal for the first time in decades. Harry kills him. Not with ancient magic or legendary spells. With a disarming charm and a killing curse rebounding, just like the prophecy always said it would end. The simplicity is the point. At the end of everything, it comes down to a boy and a monster, and the boy chooses to fight, and the monster, who was always running from death, finally meets it. Resolution: the veil is sealed. The outer dark recedes. The dead stay dead, but in the moment the veil closes, Harry catches a glimpse of figures standing on the other side: James, Lily, Regulus, Sirius, and they're together, and they're proud. It lasts a heartbeat and it's enough. The aftermath is not a neat epilogue but a living denouement. Harry has lost his constellation magic but retains his core magical ability and both his lordships. He is physically and emotionally exhausted but whole. Draco, wounded but alive, calls him cousin for the first time without irony. Narcissa, acquitted of charges due to her role in the war, begins the long process of rebuilding the Malfoy name into something worth having. Remus survives and becomes the history of magic professor, because it's time the students learn from someone who lived it. Harry and Daphne's final scene is on the roof of Grimmauld Place at dawn. She asks him if he regrets losing the stellar magic. He says no. She asks him what he wants now. He says, something I've never had. A boring Tuesday. She laughs, a real laugh, the kind she doesn't let people hear, and leans against him, and they watch the sun come up over London. The last image, Harry looks up at the stars fading in the morning light. He can't feel them anymore. But he knows they're there, and he knows the seal will hold, and he knows that somewhere beyond the veil, a young man named Regulus Black is finally at peace. Romance arc, Harry/Daphne, threading through all chapters ch1, no appearance. Harry is in crisis. ch2, first meeting. Intellectual chemistry. Mutual respect through political alliance. She's intrigued, he's caught off guard. ch3, partnership deepens. They fight side by side. The first moment of genuine vulnerability is shared. Feelings are present but unspoken. ch4, first kiss. Earned through fire. The relationship becomes real, grounded in the war's stakes. ch5, tested by the possibility of Harry's death. Survives it. Resolves not with grand declarations but with quiet certainty. Escalating antagonist arc chapter primary antagonist nature of threat 1 Dumbledore, philosophically, emotional, betrayal of trust 2 Thaddeus Nott senior political, challenge to legitimacy 3 Bellatrix Lestrange personal, family hatred, direct combat 4 Voldemort plus Bellatrix military, large-scale warfare, evolving threat 5 Voldemort, partially merged with outer dark, existential, reality-level threat thematic THRUGHLNES what makes a father. James chose to be Harry's father. Regulus chose to die so Harry could live. Both are valid. Both are honored. The cost of secrets, every character who kept the truth from Harry did so for reasons they believed were good. The story examines whether good reasons justify the harm caused. Power and responsibility, Harry gains enormous power and must learn to wield it without becoming what he's fighting. Legacy versus identity, Harry is not defined by his bloodline. He is defined by his choices. But understanding his bloodline gives him tools to make better choices. The necessity of death, in a story where the villain seeks to conquer death, the hero's arc is about accepting it. Not seeking it. Not fearing it. Accepting it as the natural counterweight to life. Ready to proceed to the end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.